Alrighty. Greetings and salutations, everyone. My name is Andrew Kirchhoff, and welcome to our Sunday morning live stream for Week 5 of the 2025 fantasy football season, where over the course of the next 4 hours straight, we're talking all things fantasy football related. Hope you guys are having a wonderful morning, and hopefully the game that is about to take place in about 30 minutes between the Cleveland Browns and Minnesota Vikings treats many of us well. Over the course of the next, 4 hours, answering any and all fantasy football related questions. For those of you who are members of the Patreon, those rankings have been posted for both half and full PPR. Additionally, for those of you who have signed up via Betr this season using code Andrew, going through that entire 3-step process to get those rankings, those have been sent out earlier this morning as well. Outside of that, in regards to the potential, let's see here. Okay, we're good to go. Everything's great on screen. Okay, quick reminder. Updated rankings on screen as of right here. For those of you who are wondering, these are up to date as of this morning. So any players that already played in the Thursday night game between the, of course, Los Angeles Rams throwing that game against the San Francisco 49ers are not included. But players that, again, are going to be included within this upcoming game here in about 30 minutes, they will be first and foremost eventually kind of taken off this list once we do in fact get that game started. Nonetheless, there's many of questions to answer. So if you guys are going to send in a question via super chat in order to claim priority, make sure you include your scoring format. That is greatly appreciated. Thank you very much. Let's get into it. Okay. So what I wanted to go ahead and first and foremost do is I'm going to put this YouTube chat here and I'm going to stick this right here so that this way we know exactly where I'm at in terms of the order of the questions that were sent in. So we'll go ahead and begin with the first question of the day from Soul315, who says the following. Bauer's out, of course. Yeah, incredibly unfortunate. As if we didn't already have enough injuries going into this week. And additionally, as if we didn't already have so many bye weeks stacking up. Nonetheless, says tight end picks Waller, Ertz, or Mason Taylor. Yeah, all three of those options in my mind, easily startable. Of the bunch, I could go back and forth on the idea. But personally, I would lean in the direction of Zach Ertz. With no Terry McLaurin, with additionally the return of Jaden Daniels, I'd lean towards Zach Ertz 1, Darren Waller 2, Mason Taylor 3. Thank you very much, Soul. Appreciate it. David Dooley sends in a question. David, thank you very much. This is in a half PPR for rest of season. Would you rather have Brashard Smith, Ramondre Stevenson, Michael Carter, or Trey Benson? Well, here's the thing, right? If we're talking about rest of season purposes, I think there can be a justification for Michael Carter being the answer, considering he's going to be the starter for the next 4 to 6 weeks, to which the next 4 to 6 weeks is really going to determine whether you're making the playoffs in your league. So I think of the bunch, he has the most short-term and immediate value for the next month to help you continue to stack up victories, while, of course, many of your teams, situations are going to continue to be in flux with injuries, with bye weeks and all that kind of jazz, inconsistency of play. I think Michael Carter, as of right now, if you're asking me who do I want to hold on roster, that's the name that I'm as of right now keeping, because again, it is going to help you in the short term as we proceed. Thank you. David Dooley sends in a follow-up question, says start Jamar Chase, Cortland Sutton, Chris Godwin, or Stephon Diggs. Yeah, I think it's relatively easy. Ever since Jamar Chase, week 2 of his rookie season, he's been a must start. In no situation would I ever suggest outside of playing him. Again, unless you felt comfortable sitting him, which I don't, you can go with one of the alternative options. Personally, if it's me, he's going to be in my lineup this week. Thank you. Continuing on, we had Dino, who sends in a question. Says, give away Kenneth Walker or Woody Marks plus Mooney for Diggs. I would say no to either of those trades. I'm not interested in Diggs at that capacity. I think what you would be giving in comparison to what you're getting in return is not very comparable. So even the Woody and Mooney circumstance here in my mind isn't worth the overall exchange, and certainly not the Kenneth Walker exchange. Not interested in either of these, Dino. Thank you. All right, let's see here. Shooter McGavin sends in a question. Shooter, thank you very much. All right. Shooter says the following. Says in a half PPR scoring format, I need 2 between wide receivers, running backs, and flex from Saquon, Scat, Kenneth Walker, Charbonnet, Dowdle, Pittman, Nico, Keenan Allen, Waddle. Okay. So in a half PPR, double wide receiver, double running back, 1 flex. As for running back, pretty straightforward. We're playing Saquon Barkley and Scat. Oh, there goes my YouTube crashing. Classic. All right. No, nothing to see here. Nothing out of the norm. Just the normal Andrew's chat completely crashing as per usual. All right. We'll get to this in just a second. Let me re-rack this. Let's go ahead. Let's go back here. And let's re-rack this from shooter. Okay, cool. Perfect. Be able to throw this back up on screen. And should be fine in this capacity, I believe. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. Shooter sends it a question. Took care of the first two. Saquon and Scat are my two starting running backs this week. As for your multiple wide receivers that we have to throw out there, Nico Collins alongside of Pittman would be the play in a half PPR scoring format. Then as for your flex of the available bunch, let me see how I have it currently constructed on my Patreon rankings, and we will continue with that. I'm going to check where I have Dowdle in comparison to the rest, because I know I have Dowdle ahead of Kenneth Walker. The question is, do I have him above the other wide receivers that you currently have on roster? In which the answer is currently yes with that as well. So in this circumstance, yeah, I'm playing Saquon, Scat, Pittman, Nico, and Dowdle. Those are the five that I'm rolling with there. Shooter, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, continuing on. We had a question from Phil, who says, pick two running backs and a flex in a full PPR. My running backs are Judkins, White, Pollard, Harvey. Yeah, cool. Very easy. We're playing Judkins. We're playing Rashad White. Simple as it could possibly get, to be honest. As for your wide receivers, Johnston, Diggs, Worthy, Mahomes. Yeah, I mean, as of right now, and then my quarterback is Mahomes. Okay, Mahomes is my quarterback. I got JSN McBride and a wide receiver and tight end. Okay. So if you theoretically need to pick one of these available options, I mean, I don't think you can go wrong playing either Johnston or Worthy. I prefer Johnston, though. So Johnston would be number one, Worthy would be number two, and then, of course, Diggs would be three. So in the event in which you were potentially playing Johnston, Worthy in comparison to, Pollard or Harvey, yeah, I'd take both these wide receivers over them, but Johnston's number one. Thank you, Phil. Appreciate it. Anonymous sends in a question, says, happy Sunday, bro. Thank you very much. Happy Sunday to everyone here in the live chat. Hope you guys are doing well on a very early Sunday, of course, experience here with the live stream. It says, two Juwan John questions in the chat. Okay, let's see what you have here. All right, so it's going to look a little weird on screen. I just need to go ahead and see what we have here. Anonymous was saying the following. It says, Lamar is out. Juwan Johnson is questionable. Kittle's on the IR. Do I drop Fannin for a quarterback and drop Juwan for a tight end if out, or play Fannin and drop Wandell, JCM with Juwan? Depends on what you have available. As of right now, I don't know what the current status of Juwan Johnson is going to be. In the event in which he is out, obviously you would want a pivoting option. But if you do not have a better pivoting option than Fannin, in comparison to the alternative names that are on the list to the right side of the screen when the tight end position does come about, I would hope that someone like Mason Taylor is available. But if not, then yeah, I think you probably are just swapping in the direction of picking up Fannin right now and playing him, rather than taking the risk if somebody that is not in this top 16 range is available to play for you this week. So as of right now, probably in the direction of, no, I mean, yeah, wow, that's actually a really tough decision. If I'm in your position right now, I probably end up taking Juwan Johnson, dropping him for the quarterback pickup that you need, technically speaking, and then just playing Fannin. Unless you can pick up, well, no, yeah, that's what you would do. Unless, again, somebody that's in that kind of top 16 range is available. And then as for your second question, it says Ollie, Dobbs, or Juwan if the tight end is out. Well, Dobbs is not playing this week. Or, sorry, do I drop Ollie, Dobbs, or Juwan if the tight end is out? Yeah, you drop Ollie Gordon. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, continuing on. We had a question from Marty, who says, in a PPR, pick one between Carter, JCM, Harvey, Slayton, and Tucker. Okay, so Trey Tucker has moved up significantly within my rankings, obviously because, again, for those of you who are not aware, Brock Bowers is out this week. So in regards to where I have Trey Tucker in comparison to really Michael Carter is going to be the question. As of right now, between the two of them, I still have Michael Carter ranked higher. So Carter would be number one, Tucker would be number two, Slayton would be three, Harvey would be four, and JCM would be five. So Carter would be my suggestion still. Marty, thank you. Gravity sends in a question. Thank you very much, Gravity. Says PPR. Start 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers in a flex. Between Gibbs, Irving's not playing, Kamara, Mercado, Sean Tucker, Charbonnet, Pickens, Luke McCaffrey, and Wan'Dale Robinson. Okay. 2 running backs, pretty simple. Playing Gibbs and we're playing Kamara. 2 wide receivers, pretty simple. We're playing George Pickens and Wan'Dale Robinson. And then as for your flex, from the remaining available options, I would lean towards I would just pick Zach Charbonnet as my flex there. So again, Gibbs, Kamara, Pickens, Robinson, Charbonnet. Thank you. Steve Miranda sends in a question, nothing attached to it. Let me see if I can find it. There it is. Question says, pick 2. Wide receivers, 1 flex. Okay. Says 1 tight end, full PPR. Okay. Says 1 quarterback. Wide receivers are A.J. Brown, Troy Franklin, Chris Godwin, Trey Tucker, Keon Coleman. Okay. So in regards to the wide receiver position, A.J. Brown and Chris Godwin would be the 2 that I start. Follow-up question. You have tight ends, Sam Laporta, Hunter Henry. Honestly, I don't think you can go wrong with either of the 2. I do prefer Hunter Henry as of right now. Then to your final question, for the quarterbacks, I will take Justin Fields there. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it. All right, Marty sends in a follow-up question. Says, PPR start, A.J. Brown or Kenneth Walker? I believe I'm probably, let's see here, Walker, and then there's A.J. Brown. Yeah, as of right now, I'll take AJB over Kenneth Walker, genuinely. That's how I have it projected out. That's how I'll go ahead and I'll position myself. Thank you. Continuing on, we had Trevor Melville, who says in a full PPR, pick 1. Tight end Schultz, Fannin, or Taylor. Yeah, as of right now, I will take Mason Taylor. They're number 1, Fannin 2, and Schultz 3. Once Fannin and Hawkinson have already started playing in about 18 minutes from now, as they will be playing in that London matchup. Once that game starts, I will move Schultz into my top 16 tight end rankings, but not until after the game starts and Fannin and Hawkinson are off the list. So he's a decent option, but yeah, either way, I'm playing Mason Taylor there of the available. Trevor, thank you. All right, Rock Out with the question. Thank you very much, Rock Out. Appreciate it. Okay, let me see if I can adjust this just ever so slightly. There we go. Okay, better. So Rock Out says the following. Says, Marks, Mason, Charbonnet, Harvey. Okay, so here's the thing. Mason, first and foremost, has moved down my rankings list relatively significantly because 3 of the starting offensive linemen for the Minnesota Vikings are out today. One of the backups to one of those backups are injured as well. So we've got a little bit of a situation to where the offensive line is not going to be healthy today for the Minnesota Vikings, relatively kind of diminishing the potential value that Mason has. Now, in comparison to the field, in a full PPR, if I'm still picking 2, I'd still probably lean towards Mason as, okay, I'm for sure playing Woody Marks there. As for Harvey, do I trust him blindly? No. Charbonnet in a PPR? No. I'd probably still end up playing Marks and Mason in this circumstance. Thank you. Ray C sends in a question. Says, Brashard Smith or Mercado in my flex PPR? I'll take Mercado there, very simply. The fact of the matter is, Brashard Smith does not have a workload of opportunity that is just cut out for him outright as of this moment. Sure, they have come out and said that they want to utilize him more, but that does not mean that he'll get more than 5 touches. Really, it's an unknown commodity at the moment. He's somebody that I'm stashing and putting on my bench rather than starting within the upcoming matchup. Mercado's the better play. Thank you. B-Stool sends in a question. Says in a half PPR starting Derrick Henry, so I wanted to play Shakir or Slayton over Flowers for my wide receiver 2, or is Flowers going off on Stingley? No, I mean, look, here's the thing. Flowers moves around the formation. It's not like he exclusively plays outside. They'll utilize him in the slot position. They'll utilize him across the entire formation. So it's not really a matter of where they're scheming him just to completely line up as the X on the outside and just completely run vertical routes the entire week. So as of right now, I'm not too worried about the potential of Flowers. I think he still has himself, yes, a difficult matchup because of the quarterback play in specific. But I think Cooper Rush does a pretty good job in terms of being a backup and kind of assimilating into the offense. So as of right now, of those available options, if it's me, yes, I'm playing Flowers as well. I think it'll be enough of a solidified week to where, yes, maybe if one of these other 2, Shakir and Slayton, score a touchdown, then they'll evidently outscore him. But I think the volume of opportunity that he'll be exposed to in terms of targets is a little bit too valuable in my mind for me to pass up on the idea of playing him today. As for your follow-up question, Saints or Seahawks defense? Yeah, I'll play the Seahawks defense today. Thank you. Shane Howard sends in a question. Shane, thank you very much. Says, hey, Andrew, with buys, I need a wide receiver too. Crying emoji. Should I start? Okay, should I go with Shakir, Franklin, Kirk, Giants wide receivers, or Tolbert? Okay, so of those available, depends on which. If you have both of the Giants wide receivers, technically speaking, I would prefer to have Wan'Dale Robinson in my lineup as of today. So whether it is half or full PPR, Wan'Dale Robinson will be the preferred of the entire bunch of players that you mentioned here. So that's where I would go. And then it says half PPR, also Darnold or CJ. As of right now, I'm going Darnold there. One spot ahead of CJ. So again, if you wanted to flip a coin on it, you certainly could. As their separation of, my current projections isn't significant enough for me to be thinking I have to go one way over the other. But I would go Darnold if I was to suggest it. As for your follow-up, Cardinals or Hawks for defense. As of right now, anytime I have an opportunity of playing a streaming defense against the Tennessee Titans, it's kind of hard to pass up on, considering every single defense that's taken them on this season have scored 9 or more points in fantasy football. I understand the Hawks have scored over 10 fantasy points in each of the last 3 weeks, but they have to take on Baker Mayfield this week. So I'd go with the Cards there. Thank you, Shane. Appreciate it. All right, Tristan Ewing sends in a question. Says, in a full PPR, I need 3 between Judy, Troy Franklin, Tucker, DeMercado, Tolbert, and Coleman. In a full PPR scoring format, I think I have to go all wide receiver here. I would go with Trey Tucker. I would go with Jerry Judy, and I would go with Troy Franklin. That's the way I go about this. Thank you. All right, we had a question that came in from Jonathan. Jonathan, thank you very much. Let me see if I can find your question here. Channel activity. It says, in a half PPR scoring format, I need 2 wide receivers and 2 running backs and 1 flex between Brees, Judkins, Genty, JJ, Igbuka, Pickens, and Tedero McMillan. Wow. Okay, so Jonathan, you've got a blessing and a curse. You've got a really good team, but you've also got too many good players. Okay, nonetheless, in regards to wide receivers, it's very simple. I'm playing Justin Jefferson and George Pickens this week. As for running backs, I'm going to play Judkins and Genty. Within the flex position, at that point, it's either between Igbuka or Brees Hall, to which, let me check real quick. To which, as of this moment, I have Hall 3 spots ahead of Igbuka. So that would be my flex. So Judkins, Genty, JJ, Pickens, and Hall. Thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate it. All right. After Jonathan, we had a question that came in from OJ Running. OJ, thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. OJ says, PPR Mason, Chase, or Godwin. Okay, so I'm going to assume, well, I don't know actually which Chase we're talking about. Is that Chase Brown? Is that Jamar Chase? If it's Jamar Chase, he's the auto. And I would probably, let me see, in a PPR, do I have Godwin ranked higher than Mason? That's pretty much what I have to check. Godwin. And then where do I have Jordan Mason? Yeah, I have Godwin ahead of Mason. So depending on which Chase this is, if this is Chase Brown, let me just check where I have Mason in comparison. Okay, so in the event, regardless, actually, whether this is Chase Brown or Jamar Chase, I'll take Chase and I'll take Godwin over Mason today. Thank you. That's PPR wise, though. Appreciate it. All right, H. Jockish sends in a question. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Let's do one of these, actually. Maybe if I just, expand this outward. No, that's maybe like this. No, it's not going to work like that either. It's more like I have to just, there we go. All right. It says start 2. Chase Brown, Woody, Travion Henderson, Jordan Mason in a PPR. I'll take Chase Brown. I'll take Woody. Those are the 2 that I would prefer in a full PPR scoring format. Thank you. Grant sends in a question, says DeMercado or Spears. I will take DeMercado there, even in a full PPR. Let me see where I have it currently constructed. Yeah, DeMercado is still ahead of Spears. Spears is going to get himself workload. He's ready to go. He's active. And just the fact of the matter is he's going to be in a negative game script. So he could come away with a lot of receptions over the course of today, just depending on how much we do end up seeing Cam Ward check it down. Obviously, Tony Pollard hasn't been exposed to too much receiving upside thus far this season. So it's not going to be an incredible amount. Therefore, I will go with DeMercado there, Grant. Thank you. Appreciate it, my man. All right. Big Dog Pound 1 says, start 2 in a PPR. Walker, Charbonnet, Diggs, Dowdle. Yeah, I'll take Walker, and I will take Dowdle there. Those are the 2 that I prefer to play. Thank you. SR20 Mar sends in a question. SR, thank you very much. Says, I need a flex between Jordan Mason, Chase Brown, Ertz, and Devontae Smith. Totally dependent on scoring format. If it's a full PPR scoring format, let me just check where I have Zach Ertz comparatively to the group, and then I can go ahead. Yeah, in a full PPR scoring format, as it's currently constructed, I will go with Chase Brown. In the event in which we are playing in a half PPR scoring format or standard league, I will play Jordan Mason there. Thank you, SR. Appreciate it. Jennifer sends in a question, says full PPR, Jordan Mason or Wan'Dale Robinson. I currently have Wan'Dale Robinson 2 spots below of Jordan Mason. 52 in comparison to number 54, both in the, yeah, but I mean, it's literally, no, it's, yeah, 52 compared to the number 54. Such a close difference, but as of right now, between the two, I'd feel more comfortable just running with the running back at that point, hoping that he falls into the end zone. In the absence of an end zone run, we're going to be in a little bit of trouble. But as of right now, I'm still confident with the idea of rolling Jordan Mason there, as I'm not 100% certain as to what that passing attack truly is going to develop into going into the second game of the Jackson Dart era of the New York Giants. Thank you. Paul Allen sends in a question. Thank you very much, Paul. Appreciate it. Says Hunter or Kareem Hunt? As in Travis Hunter? Is that what you're saying? If it's a half PP or Brashard Smith, understood. Between the bunch, I'd feel most comfortable playing Kareem Hunt genuinely, because as of this moment, it's difficult for me to say, like, you know, Travis Hunter is going to get himself far more workload of opportunity in comparison to what he has been exposed to thus far this season. Because, I mean, he doesn't play enough offensively to be to get himself at least a workload of opportunity that we desire for fantasy purposes. So for right now, between the bunch, with such an unknown kind of commodity of what Brashard Smith's overall workload is going to look like, I just go with Kareem Hunt out of the group there, Paul. Thank you. All right, Tristan Ewing had a follow-up. Says 2 of 3 between Judkins, Devontae Smith, and Tolbert in a full PPR. Yeah, I'll just take both of these two. Give me Judkins and Devontae Smith. Thank you. Jose sends in a question. Thank you very much, Jose. Appreciate it. Says tight end and a flex between Goddard, Waller, Amari DeMercado. Okay. So between the bunch here, let me see where I mean, depends on scoring format. Let me see if you mentioned anything in the live chat regarding, okay, PPR, I'm assuming. Okay, cool. So because of your second question here, I'm going to assume that you're playing in a PPR there, Jose. So first question, full PPR. Would I play both those tight ends over Amari DeMercado? Let me see where I have him ranked. You have Waller. You have Goddard. Okay, pretty good options. Yeah, I have both those tight ends over Amari DeMercado in a full PPR. So I would play Goddard and I would play Waller there. And then as for your follow-up question, Dallas Goedert or Pittman, I will play Michael Pittman Jr. there. Now, you also had another super chat sent in asking if I would play Keon Coleman or Amari DeMercado, to which I would just play DeMercado there in a full PPR. Thank you. Yeah, it's just a little bit too sketchy to play Keon Coleman, especially with the Christian Gonzalez matchup. Not too keen on that one. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, Alex G. Hernandez sends in a question. Alex, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that. Says, in a full PPR, start 2 wide receivers and 2 flex. T-Mac, Diggs, Dowdle, Waller, Henderson, BTJ, or Godwin. Thanks. Okay. So 2 wide receivers and 2 flex. Of the available, first and foremost, when we're locking in the wide receiver starters, I think I kind of just have to play T-Mac and Godwin there. Those are the 2 that I'm very comfortable rolling with. As for the first flex, I have to play I have to play Dowdle this week, to which now I'm curious as to where I would go with the alternative. Is it, okay, let's see. Where do I have Diggs in comparison to BTJ in a full PPR? That's the next question. I currently have BTJ 2 spots ahead of him. And then if I compare him to, let's see, where's BTJ in the grand scheme of this flex rank? Brian Thomas. Yeah, Brian Thomas is my next highest ranked player in comparison to Maul. So, Alex, I would suggest you're playing Tedero McMillan, Chris Godwin, Brian Thomas Jr., and Rico Dowdle. Thank you, Alex. I appreciate it. All right, we move on to a question that comes in from Sip, who says, Andrew, in a full PPR, if Bowers doesn't play, I wouldn't expect him to play. Again, considering the reports, considering they were able to reveal that he's been dealing with a PCL strain and also a bone bruise, everything is pretty much building towards he is not going to play, so don't expect him to. Should I pick up Waller or Strange? I would pick up and play Waller, genuinely. Again, from what we have seen from this offense, going back to last season, the usage of Jonnu Smith and the apparent usage thus far of Darren Waller and the expansion of said usage, only running 10 routes last week, but being targeted on 40% of those routes, incredibly promising stats. I'd lean in the direction of Darren Waller there. Now, I don't think it's a wrong answer to go with Strange, as he's coming off of back-to-back weeks of 6 receptions. And we know in a full PPR, there's so much value to be had there. But I think in regards to the touchdown upside, additionally, the matchup, Carolina is a cakewalk for tight ends in comparison to Strange taking on Kansas City. So I'll go Waller there. And who do I drop off of my bench between Pollard, Ayuk, AJ, Kraft? Second question in the chat. As of right now, between this bunch, you have to get rid of Ayuk. I'm not dropping Pollard, AJ Brown, or Kraft. It's not really close there. Sip, I don't see your other question in the chat, my man. So we'll just have to come back to it at a later time. Thanks, man. Alrighty. Catching up on some of these questions here. Again, for those of you who are joining us on this wonderful Sunday morning of week 5 of the 2025 fantasy football season, welcome. Good morning. Hope you guys are doing well. In the next 5 minutes, of course, the game between the Cleveland Browns and Minnesota Vikings will be taking place. I'm very curious to see. I'm actually going to really quickly. How do I set this up? Yeah, let's do this. I'm curious if we can start a poll. Who will win? Vikings, Browns. I'm curious what you guys will say. All right, we'll start that poll. We'll see what ends up happening in regards to some of those questions I go through, or the, specifically the percentages at which it sits at. I'm going to be interested to see that. Okay, continuing on. Let's see where we're at. We took care of Sip. We move on to the next one. Fernando Mendez, who says, in a PPR, flex, Rashad White, Cortland Sutton, Walker, Woody, Dowdle. Okay, you've got a lot of really good options, to which, as of this moment, I would lean towards playing Rashad White and probably Rico Dowdle, genuinely. I don't love the matchup for Cortland Sutton. I don't love the matchups for Walker or Woody either. I think Dowdle's probably the next best play. Let me just confirm in a full PPR where I have him ranked comparatively to the group. To which, yes, that is in fact my suggestion. I would play Rashad White and Rico Dowdle there, Fernando. Thank you. All right, we had a question that came in from Auntie Slayer. It says, I see your rankings, but in your gut, who's better in the flex, Woody or Sutton? Thank you. Depends on what scoring format we're talking about, genuinely. As of right now, if we're talking about like a full PPR, I probably lean in the direction of just playing someone like Cortland Sutton, because just, based on the fact that he's just a receiver, the receiving opportunity share that he may be exposed to in this circumstance kind of gives him the advantage just purely off of format. If we're talking about a half PPR, I'd be perfectly fine going Woody there. Standard, I'd be perfectly fine going Woody. But the reality is that, even though Woody Marks played as well as he did, Nick Chubb is not out of the lineup. He's still going to contribute. So that's certainly going to be something that we're going to have to monitor. And based on what the overall opportunity share looks like this week, it'll inform us as to how we can approach it in future weeks. But in a full PPR, I'm going Sutton. Half standard. Give me Woody Marks there on Slayer. Appreciate it. Demond Smith sends in a question. Thank you very much. Says, good morning, Drew. In a full PPR, who would you start, Dart or Geno? Oh, it's not even close. I'm playing Dart. It's not close. The rushing upside, the better matchup in terms of the defense he's taking on. I'd rather have, Jackson Dart, absolutely, without a doubt in my mind. And Geno Smith has been a turnover machine. So it's a clear in a way I'm going in that direction. With Bowers out, I think it continues to kind of imply that Dart is the better play of the two. Thank you. Justin sends in a question. Says, do you think a trade for my Marvin Harrison and Flowers for Justin Jefferson will work? Will it work is not up to whether I can actually answer that, because I'm not the one that's either accepting or denying the trade. As to, is it a good enough offer? If the team that you're trading with is in desperate need, considering, like you mentioned, the other guys, wide receivers, were Tyreek Hill, which got hurt, and he has T. Higgins. So basically what you're trying to paint the picture of is he's desperate for wide receiver. In the event in which you offer that, hopefully he take it. For your sake, I would say that, yeah, that's a move that you would be wanting to make in order to try to improve your wide receiver kind of situation, assuming you have depth. But as to whether they'll take it, who knows? It's just purely a matter of whether they like those players in specific. They probably may look towards denying it because of Lamar's injury, but hey, maybe for your sake, they'll accept it. You never know. Stephen Drake sends out a question, says, what's up, my man? In a half PPR, who would you flex between Mason, Henderson, and Carter? Yeah, look, as it currently stands, between the bunch in a half PPR scoring format, like I've mentioned to you guys before, the rankings that are on screen that are filtering are for a half PPR, are updated as of this morning. I currently do have Michael Carter ranked highest of the bunch. It would go Carter 1, Mason 2, Henderson 3. Says, also in another league, would you flex Tedero McMillan over Mason? Thanks, bro. Yeah, I would. In the half PPR circumstance, it's probably going to be the case. Let me just check where I have Tet in this position. Yeah, as of right now, I have Tet in a half PPR higher than Mason. Again, when you have 3 starting offensive linemen missing, it makes it that much easier for me to go with other, really solid options. In the event in which it's, again, close, I don't mind going Mason still because this offense is still going to be able to move the ball, but it is implicated to be one of I think if I'm not mistaken, it is implicated to be the lowest scoring game of the week based on the current total. Now, speaking of this game, I need to go ahead and I need to pull up my NFL Plus membership so I can watch this game, and then we can go ahead and continue on. Mark sends in a question. Mark, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay, here we go. Click to watch. Beautiful. Okay. Mark, let's see what your question was in the live chat. It says, I need one flex in a full PPR. Harvey, JCM, Spears, Ray Davis, Isaiah Davis, Rodriguez Jr. Okay, yeah, out of all of them, it's clearing away RJ Harvey. It says, plus, I got to drop one for a defense. Who do I drop rest of season? If I'm dropping one, it's probably Ray Davis, unless I have James Cook. And if that's not the case, I would probably just drop Chris Rodriguez. Thank you. All right, continuing on. Gucci Han, Louis Han sends in a question. Thank you very much, Gucci. I appreciate it. All right, Gucci says the following. Says, my guy, in a full PPR, I need two running backs in a flex out of Woody, Chubb, Tony Pollard, Tyjae Spears, and Rachaad White. Yeah, give me Woody Marks and give me Rachaad White easily. And then as for your alternative potential flexible player, it's just Tony Pollard there at that point. So those will be the three best options for you this week in my mind. It says, and should I drop Njoku for Strange right now? Cleveland might spark it. Yeah, they might spark it. I don't know. Again, I don't know what to expect out of Dylan Gabriel, rookie quarterback in his first start against this kind of a defense. I would like to hope that he's able to elevate this offense in comparison to what we have witnessed from Joe Flacco. But it's not going to be the easiest task on hand. A Brian Flores defense in the first week. The way to beat up Brian Flores defense, we watched it last week with Aaron Rodgers and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Run the ball 30 times and get the ball out of your hands in less than 2.5 seconds. If the Cleveland Browns can accomplish that, then they can win this game. Now, speaking of winning this game, I'm actually curious where you guys ended up landing in terms of this poll. Let me just see here real quick. You guys have 67% on the Vikings winning. Interesting. Okay, we're going to end it there as the game is about to begin. And then I can go ahead and restructure that. And then we'll be good to go. Okay, let's see here. Where are we at? Gotta catch up all these questions. I appreciate you guys being patient with me. Again, a lot of questions. And we will be back right here. Perfect. Okay, Gucci Han, Louis Han. So, you were saying, of these available, yes, I will play Woody, Rachaad White, Tony Pollard easily. As of right now, I would prefer to play Brenton Strange. If you wanted to go ahead and drop it, or if you didn't want to drop Njoku just to see how he performs, that's fine. You could, I mean, you don't have to drop him. You could start him this week. I just don't love the idea of doing that. Thank you. All right, let's see here. Bass sends us a question. Says in a 12-team half PPR 0.5 tight end premium league, Darren Waller or Travion Henderson? I'd honestly, at that point, if it's a full PPR Darren Waller in comparison to a half PPR Travion Henderson, I'll just play Darren Waller there. Thank you. Alexander sends in a question. Thank you very much, Alexander. All right, let's see what Dylan Gabriel and the boys are going to take care of here. Genuinely, if they want to beat the Vikings, they got to give Judkins the ball 25 times on the ground, minimum. Okay, Alexander says in the flex, Myers or Dowdle, full PPR. I believe I have Myers ranked higher. Let me just confirm this. Yes, Jacoby Myers in a full PPR is ranked higher than Dowdle on my current structured rankings. Thank you. As for your next question, does May have a higher floor than Daniels? A higher floor. That's an interesting idea. Did he have a higher floor? I don't think so. Because from what Jaden Daniels has presented over the course of this season and last season, he's pretty much like 80+% of the time going to put up 19+ fantasy points. So I would assume that he has the quote-unquote higher floor. So no, I would say that Jaden Daniels is the better floor. Pearl sends in a question. Says Keenan Allen, Cooper Kupp. Oh, you know what I forgot to do, guys? The game started, so what I need to do is I need to change the rankings that are on screen so that I have the updated ones. Okay, one moment. Everybody take a second here. What I need to do is just get rid of these. Get rid of this. And then we can go about it this way. Perfect. Okay. So the rankings on screen do not include any of the players who have just started playing. So Quinshon Judkins, Jordan Mason, all those kind of players off the list. I've basically just shuffled anybody who is outside of the top 36 of running back and wide receiver onto the list. Anybody in that tight end conversation, quarterback conversation, defense conversation, into the conversation. Thank you. All right. Let's see here. Getting back to answering some of these questions. We had Pro. These are your options. One flex. Rashad White's the answer. Thank you, Pro. Appreciate it. Jennifer sends in a question. Says, I need 2 running backs and 1 flex out of these 5 players. Okay. 2 running backs and 1 flex. We have Marks, Miller, Charbonnet, Merritt. Okay, cool. So of those available options, Woody Marks is my RB1. Charbonnet is my RB2. And Godwin is my flex. Thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate it. Your boy sends in a question. Says, flex Harvey, Troy Franklin, Jalen Tolbert, Spears. Let me see where I have Franklin and Tolbert in comparison to the alternatives. You have Harvey and you have Spears. Okay. So as of right now, Harvey's my highest ranked of the bunch. Harvey will be 1, Franklin will be 2, Tolbert will be 3, and Spears would be 4. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, so a quick punting situation here from the Cleveland Browns. No surprise there. We'll continue on. Chronofied sends in a question. Chronofied, hope you're doing well, my man. Says, good morning, Andrew. Sit 1 in a full PPR, 0.3 points per rushing attempt. Okay, very well. So hopefully you've already decided to play Judkins. As you saw my rankings, I have him in my top 10. Hopefully you played him in this game. Play him alongside of Alvin Kamara for sure. And then it says CD and Brock are hurt. SMH. Yeah, so for sure, between those running backs, Chase Brown will be sat. And then as for these receiving options, Waddle, Olave, Diggs, McConkey. I mean, at this point, in a full PPR scoring format, 0.3 per rush. Let me see where I have Chase Brown in comparison to McConkey. As of right now, I feel okay with pretty much of the group. I'd probably sit Diggs and play everybody else. If that's the whole thing. If I can literally play everyone else and sit Diggs, that would be the way which I go about it there, Chronofied. Thank you. Tyler Nuncio sends in a question. Thank you very much, Tyler. I appreciate it. Tyler says the following. Says, good morning, Andrew. AJ Brown or Godwin in the flex? That's a really tough question. Look, I think there could be a little bit of hesitation as to playing AJ Brown, primarily because of the fact that he has not performed at the level at which he's typically used to. So I can understand the hesitation there. The way I have it currently structured, I'm playing AJ Brown. That's what I would suggest. If you wanted to play Godwin, I don't have an issue with it, especially in a full PPR, considering, again, he got 10 targets last week. He's only going to continue to improve. It could be a game in which they abandon the running game because they don't have Bucky Irving and they have Rashad White instead. But as of right now, I would assume that all the complaining that AJ Brown did or has done is going to eventually lead to targets and a lot more receiving workload for him. So I'll lean towards AJ Brown this week. Little tight end screen with Hawkinson. Okay, there we go. Hawkinson, stay on your feet though, buddy. Come on. All right, moving on from that question. Thank you again, Tyler. I appreciate it. Spencer says in a full PPR, star 1, Woody, Chase Brown, or Olave. Let me see where I have Olave in comparison to Woody Marks. And I will let you. I probably have Olave really highly ranked. Yeah. Olave is the highest ranked of the bunch. That's the way I would go about it, genuinely. In a full PPR, he would be the answer. It would be Olave 1, and then it would be Woody Marks 2 and Chase Brown 3. Thank you. All right, continuing on, we had a question that came in from Nalma 103. Says Demercado, Michael Carter, or Addison in the flex. Of the available options, I will go with Michael Carter there in the flex. Thank you. Regardless of scoring from a half or full PPR. Harley sends in a question. Says, good morning. In a full PPR, wide receiver, Allen or Godwin? Let's see. If I'm not mistaken, full PPR, I have Keenan Allen as my number 20, and I have Chris Godwin as my number 22. So pretty comfortable going Keenan Allen there. If you wanted to play Chris Godwin again, they're both in the same current tier of wide receiver. So genuinely speaking at this point, I don't really have a clear preference. Just the way that I have it projected out. Oh, man. Almost a catch there by JJ. The way I have it currently projected out, it's Keenan Allen. So I lean towards Keenan Allen in that circumstance. Says also, flex, who you didn't choose, above Montgomery, Mason, Io Manor. No, I would play Godwin over Io Manor for sure. Hopefully you played Mason. And then, yeah, Montgomery, Godwin, Allen, Io Manor sits on the bench. Thank you. Appreciate it. Riley sends in a question. Says, in a full PPR, would you trade Hampton for Jefferson? Depends on what you have. Says, I have Christian McCaffrey, Judkins, Marks, and DeMarcado at running back. Yeah, I don't mind that trade. I'll take JJ. That's cool with me. If you can make that trade happen, that'd be great. Thank you. All right, Windy City 01 sends in a question. Says, in a full PPR, Chase Brown, Henderson, Coleman. Happy Sunday. Thank you very much. Of your available options, Chase Brown is my highest ranked. Until Henderson starts to get a full kind of exposure to opportunity within his backfield, to which Ramondre disappears, or something of the sort to where it's something different than that. Maybe Antonio Gibson gets less workload, or maybe they increase his overall receiving share, whatever it ends up being. Hendo is a little bit of a lesser option than we would have liked to have hoped by this point. So Chase Brown will be my answer there. Thank you, Windy City. Precision Building says, good morning. JD5 or Drake? I'd prefer to play Jaden Daniels. Says, I need one flex and a half PPR. Michael Carter, Travion Henderson, Alec, Io Manor, or Christian Kirk. I will take Michael Carter there. Thank you again. Precision Building. Appreciate it. Old J sends in a question. Old J, thank you very much. Says, in a PPR pick 2 circumstance, Jordan Mason, Chase Brown, Godwin, you're the best. Appreciate it. Yeah, listen, again, I probably wasn't able to get to these questions quick enough, obviously, as you guys can tell, as we are asking Jordan Mason questions at this point. Apologies on that. As of right now, of those available, I mean, in a full PPR, the way I would have probably went about it, let me just see where I had them ranked on Patreon. Where's Godwin? Yeah, I would have told you to play Chase Brown and Chris Godwin over Jordan Mason. That's how I have it ranked. 42, 48, and 52. Thank you. Josh sends in a question. Thank you very much, Josh. Says, in a full PPR, I need a flex between Genty or Jamar Chase. Sheesh. Okay, let's see here. Full PPR, Genty or Jamar Chase. I currently have Genty ranked higher. Says, also need a defense between the Colts and the Bills. Thank you. Yeah, I'll take the Colts there. Thank you. Chico410 sends in a question. Says, in a full PPR, 1 wide receiver, 2 running backs, and a flex. Zay Flowers, Wan'Dale Robinson, Judkins, Woody, Kamara. 2 running backs would be Judkins and Kamara. And then between Woody and Zay Flowers in a full PPR, let's see where I have them ranked. I would just play Zay Flowers there. If you wanted to play Woody, I wouldn't have a problem with it. Actually, no, you have to play 1 wide receiver. So, yeah, it would be Zay Flowers. So, Zay Flowers a wide receiver, Judkins and Kamara at running back. Thank you, Chico. Appreciate it. Brandon L. sends in a question. Says, McMillan or Dowdle half PPR? I will take Rico Dowdle there pretty happily. I think unless McMillan's going to find the end zone or a ridiculous game where he has 8 catches for 142, don't quote me on that. I don't think that's going to happen, but if it does, I may have the Sports Almanac. But in this regard, yeah, Dowdle's my preference. Thank you. Pierre sends in a question. Thank you very much, Pierre. I appreciate it. It says, Drew, I'm starting Sean Tucker over Mason in a standard. Is that crazy? Yeah, it's crazy. I would never have suggested that. Again, guys, the rankings that are going to show up right here and are going to continue to rotate are as of this morning. So hopefully you guys can utilize this to the best of your ability in terms of kind of answering interpositional ranked questions. Please update. There it is. Oh, you know what it is? I have it out of order too. Interestingly enough, now I'm glad that I looked at this because this is completely out of order. There it is. Okay, now it's back. Okay, cool. Continuing on. Here we go. Judkins makes some big run. There it is. Go to the house. Go to the house, buddy. Minnesota, man, you know, for as good of a defense as they are perceived to be, they cannot stop the run. Like, it is just a genuine, I just, they can't do it. They're incapable of stopping the run. Multiple games this season where that has been their Achilles heel, and they have just gotten torched because of it. Like in week 1, had Chicago ran the ball effectively in that contest, they'd be 1-3 at this point. Okay, continuing on. Hopefully you started Mason, because Sean Tucker, I don't expect to get much of a workload. I hope he does, but hey, maybe, yeah, I don't expect it to be too much. That's a big run right there. He's killing it now. Okay, moving on. We had a question from Jose. We already answered that one. We were going to go with Amari DeMercado there. Mike Honcho says, you're the man. Sit one. Quentin Johnson and Mika Igbukka or Jamar Chase. Genuinely, I don't like the question. I'll let that be known to begin with. If I was going to sit one of the bunch, I have Jamar Chase technically ranked the lowest of the three. So do with that what you will. Dylan Gabriel looks to the end zone. Incomplete. 2nd and 2, I don't really like the call there. You could have just, All right, anyway. Continuing on. Phil says questions in the chat, full PPR format. Okay, Phil, thank you. Let's see here. Anonymous, a safety as a final score. Nice. I'd go Henry. We don't. Okay, yeah. Phil, you're going to have to retype in your question, my man, because as of right now, I'm checking in the live chat and there's nothing from you that has a question in it. Thank you. Get to the outside. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. There's no way we're selling. We got to go for it. 4th and 1 against Carson Wentz. Got to go for it. Absolutely, without a doubt. If I'm Dylan Gabriel, I'm looking to use my legs this down. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, Justin says, good morning, Andrew. Mason or Chase Brown in a full PPR? Hopefully you had heard some of the answers I gave prior, to which I was suggesting Chase Brown in a full PPR. If you did not, again, they're close enough to where I'm... Oh, wow, double fullback, huh? Good run. Good run. Good call by Stefanski there. Pina Colada sends in a question. Says, full PPR, pick 3. Gibbs, Judkins, Kamara, Chase Brown, Dowdle, DeMercado, or Marks. Okay, Gibbs has to play. Hopefully you play Judkins. I have him top 10 ranked, or was top 10 ranked prior to the game starting within the rankings on screen. And then outside of those two, I would go with Kamara as the 3rd best option. That's the way I go about it. In the event in which you didn't start Judkins for some reason, you would go Gibbs, Kamara, and then you'd go Dowdle 3rd. Thank you. Pina Colada. Reese, 2010, sends in a question. Reese, thank you very much. Let me just see what this down looks like for Dylan Gabriel. Are they really handing it off to Jerome Ford? Please get Judkins back in the game. We don't need this Jerome Ford vulture business. Full PPR says, I have CD, Igbukka, Sutton, Kyron, Etienne, and Woody. I feel my wide receivers are good, but I have Chase Brown and Ridley on my bench. Any running back I could package them for. I mean, again, if you're looking for a running back to package and try to bring back, again, some of the best buy low options right now are like Derrick Henry. I think there's a conversation to be had in regards to the buy low potential of a Kamara. I think there's still a window in which you can go and get Breece Hall at a low value point. So these are opportunities in which you should potentially explore here. Fan and touchdown. We'd love to see it. Let's go. That's huge. First one of the season. First one of his career. Good start. We love it. Wide open in the flat. Let's go. But yeah, that's my initial thought there, Reese. Thank you. All right, Oliver sends in a question. Thank you very much, Oliver. Appreciate it. It says, trade Genty or Hampton for CeeDee Lamb? Interesting question. I have a Dunze or Drake. Oh, wait. Am I picking CeeDee Lamb, a Dunze, or a Drake as to who we're trading for? Interesting. In a half PPR lost neighbors. Feels like CeeDee's the best buy. Now I'm 1 and 3. I own Judkins as well. Okay, so here's the issue with this potential trade. If you're trading for CeeDee Lamb at a 1 and 3 record, and he doesn't come back until week 7, for example, you would be potentially giving yourself an automatic 1 and 5, maybe 1 and 6 record, to which in a 12-team league where only 6 teams make the playoffs, at that point you're in trouble. If you're playing in a 10-team league, an 8-team league, and 6 or 8 teams make the playoffs, you can make that trade for a CeeDee Lamb. Otherwise, I think the best option is probably trading for Drake London, just so that at least you have the week 6 and the week 7 matchup to where there's no question as to, oh, am I getting back that wide receiver 1 that I need? When Drake can just, supply that to you, even though he's coming off of the bye. But at that point, again, he'll never go on a bye for the remainder of the season, and he'll be at least a top 12 option rest of the way there. So I don't mind that kind of plan. As to Genty or Hampton, do I love moving them for Drake? I don't love it, but at this point, if you are in desperate need of wide receiver and you don't have any support in that regard and you've got a bunch of running backs, yeah, I don't mind moving Genty in that circumstance. Nalma 103 sends in a question. Says DeMercado, Michael Carter, or Addison. Who do I flex? I will take Michael Carter there. Thank you. All right, we had a question that came in from Mo, who says the following. Let's see here, Mo. Let's go to the. It says I have the Vikings, but I have the Vikings defense, but the Browns are on the waivers. Should I pick them up this week? And next week drop Minnesota. Also White or Kamara in a half PPR. I believe I have Kamara ranked higher. Worried about Kendra Miller. Yeah, if you're worried about Kendra Miller, you can play Rashad White. I don't have an issue with that at all. But as of right now, the rankings on screen will kind of direct you that I'm going to go with Kamara if it was my team. And then, of course, the Vikings and the Browns questions pretty much already passed by now. So hopefully you checked out the rankings on screen and went in the direction in which it was kind of constructed. Otherwise, I don't think there's a wrong answer with both. I think as time goes without this game, or throughout this game, there should be a couple turnovers. There should be a couple sacks here and there. Hopefully a lower scoring contest so that both defenses can be relevant. Thank you. All right, Carlos says, good morning, true believers. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's see what you have here. It says, is Debo still the way to go over T-Mac and or Henderson or Carter? Yeah. Debo Samuel would be my suggestion there, Carlos. Thank you. All right, Eric sends in a question. Thank you very much, Eric. It says, in a deep league, do I play DeMercado, JCM, Mason Taylor? I need 2.5 PPR. Or Zach Ertz. Interesting. As of right now, let me see where I have DeMercado in comparison to those alternative options at a half PPR. Amari. As of right now, it would be Amari DeMercado and it would be Zach Ertz as the 1-2 combo in a half PPR scoring format. Thank you. Okay, we had a question from the Beaver who says, good morning, Andrew. I woke up with Bowers out. I have Strange, Mason Taylor are both available. Says my opponent has Butker. Start Taylor always and play nothing on Monday. Start Taylor always and play nothing on Monday. I mean, I'm not sure what the Monday play is going to actually. I mean, I guess, yeah, I just don't understand what the Monday play has to do with anything. I know he has Butker. I don't need a Monday night matchup. I just purely need the most points that I could feasibly go after, to which I'm leaning towards Mason Taylor there between the two of these alternative options. I don't mind playing Brett and Strange. Again, I have them closely ranked, so if you wanted to play Strange, go for it. I don't have an issue with it, but as of right now, Taylor's my preferred. Thank you. JC sends in a question. Says, hey, Andrew, questions in the chat. All right, JC, let's see what we have here, my man. All right, his question is, good morning. I need to start 3 in a full PPR. 2 wide receivers and 1 flex between Sutton, Brown, Johnston, Samuel. Okay, so of those available options, Johnston, Samuel, and Dowdle. Those are the 3 that I play. Thank you. Appreciate it, JC Smith. Okay, we had a question from Mighty, who says BTJ, Chase Brown, or Charbonnet in a full PPR flex. I believe it's either going to be Chase Brown or BTJ because we don't see much receiving workload from a Charbonnet. So let me see where I have Brian Thomas Jr. comparatively to the alternatives. He is ahead of Chase Brown. He is ahead of Charbonnet. So Brian Thomas Jr. would be my suggestion. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Mighty. Alrighty, let's see here. We have a penalty on the offense. No surprise there. We continue on with King Fred, who sends in a question. Says, good morning. Thinking about starting Sam Darnold over Bo Nix. I need your help on why or why not. Brother, I would never even go about it that way. The primary reason why I'm playing Bo Nix is because of rushing upside and because of a negative game script. So anytime you're down points and you're expecting him to throw the ball even more, which leads to less running back rushing attempts and higher overall volume of his scrambling attempts, I think that's always a bonus for his potential upside. There's a reason why he was such a good fantasy option last season. It's because they were either down in games or on the complete opposite end of the spectrum, they were shutting down teams, to which he was getting multiple opportunities as an offense, in short yardage situations to where they were continuing to find themselves in the red zone with no running back that was at least a kind of a goal line, kind of threat in comparison to him. As of right now, in a matchup where they're underdogs on the road, probably a lot of passing in the second half, I lean in that direction. Again, I don't think that Sam Darnold's a bad play. Don't get me wrong. I have him ranked on screen for a reason. I think he's a great play this week, but Bo Nix, that rushing upside is a little bit too rich for me to pass up on. All right, let's see what Carson Wentz is going to do today, huh? This is 2 weeks in a row in which we get to watch Carson Wentz on a full Sunday morning kind of. Nice, JJ, let's go. All right, let's see here. Himmy sends in a question. Himmy, let me just go ahead and I'll scroll over to your question right now. Himmy says, is it valid to drop Keon Coleman for Brashard Smith? I got plenty of wide receiver. I mean, you could. Here's the reality of the situation. Brashard Smith, if he's going to have himself a breakout, it's going to be something that is multiple weeks in the future to where we finally see it actualized. I don't think this is something that is going to take 1 week unless an injury is going to occur that elevates his overall usage share. So for right now, is it valid to make this kind of a swap? If you're not going to utilize Keon Coleman in an upcoming trade, which I don't think you would because he hasn't performed consistently enough to be justified in that kind of a role, for now I would lean in the direction of just, if you've got plenty of wide receiver depth, you want a lottery ticket running back, that's fine. But typically in a 12-team league, like Keon being dropped is, it's not the greatest, but I can understand it. I've seen it already. Twisted Folk sends in a question, says in a half PPR, we got flex questions, Chase Brown or Keenan Allen. Let me see, half PPR, where do I have Keenan? Okay, let's see here. In a half PPR, I have Chase Brown. And then as for Dowdle or Marvin Harrison, let's see where I have Dowdle. Jeez Louise. I have Dowdle ranked higher than Marv. So I'll take both running backs in this situation. Twisted Folk, thank you. All right, Gucci Han sent in a follow-up question. Said, my bad, my guy. I didn't hear your answer. In a full PPR, I need 3 out of... Okay, Woody, Tony Pollard, Rashad White would be the 3. Woody Marks, Tony Pollard, Rashad White. Says, do I drop Njoku for Chigozimo Okonkwo / Tremble or Fant? Yeah, I would have probably suggested Tommy Tremble, to be honest, considering I have him ranked on screen and I had him ranked higher. But now that I've gotten to this question late in comparison to when this game started, it's probably out of the realm of possibility. Whatever decision you made. And next time I'll try to be quicker. My bad. Al S sends in a question. Says, full PPR, Jordan, Mason, or Woody Marks. Yeah, hopefully you played Woody Marks there this week. Thank you. All right, Dimitri W sends in a question. Says, in a full PPR format, would you play Stephon Diggs or Woody Marks? Let me see where I have Woody comparatively. I believe I have Woody ranked higher, but let me just confirm. Let's go to the full PPR. Yeah, as of right now, Woody Marks ranked higher. So that's the direction I would go in, Dimitri. Thank you. All right, we continue on with Mac, who says, Alec Iomanor or Troy Franklin. I would only ever play Alec there if Calvin Ridley is inactive today. That's the only time that I would consider it. So for now, I would just tell you to play Troy Franklin because I do not know the status of Calvin Ridley as of yet, and I don't think we will know up until we have to make that decision as to who to start and sit. As for your follow-up, Woody, Slayton, or Henderson, start 2. Let me see where I have Henderson in comparison to Slayton in a full PPR, and I'll let you know right now. Okay, in a full PPR, I genuinely have Travion Henderson 1 spot ahead of Darius Slayton. So that's the direction I'd go in. I'd play Woody and I'd play Hendo this week. Thank you. Alrighty, let's see. Where are we at here? Carson Wentz on the boot action. Throwing it. Finding, what is that, Jalen Naylor? Okay, you know what I'm curious about? Has Jordan Addison done anything so far? Let's see. Hopefully they'll just pass the ball the whole game for the sake of our fantasy teams, please. Because all the Cleveland Browns want to do today is just run the ball. And they're just going to try to eat up as much clock as possible. As long as everybody's getting the ball here on the Vikings, Hawkinson, Jefferson, Addison, Mason, we'll be fine. Just got to spread the love. Okay. Continuing on. We had a question that came in from Catman, who says, greetings, Guru. Appreciate it, my man. Is that a running back pass to the backup tight end? Ooh, okay. So 0 points for everyone. Yes, we love that. 0 points for everybody. All right. Yep. No problem there. All right. Catman, let's see here. So, in a 12-team full PPR, 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, 1 tight end, 1 flex, 1 super flex, 1 kicker, 1 defense. My squad is Caleb, Purdy, Indiana Jones, Cam Ward, Bijan, Algier, Cook, RJ, Rico. Continued in the chat. Let's see where's the rest of the question. I don't have the rest of your question. Okay, so I have question 2 here, Catman, which I see and it reads, Sly, Loop, Myers, or Ricard, happy birthday. And it says 4-0, by the way. So, Catman, if you can hear me at this current moment, I'll need you to type in your your question into the live chat once again. Part one of the question, of course. As for your second part of the question, I'll pick up and play probably Will. Well, Will Reichard's already started playing, so if you weren't able to pick him up and play him, it would then be Jason Sanders of the Seahawks. Thanks, man. So let me write down your name, Catman, just so that I can go back and check it out. Your question in the future, and then we'll be good to go. Okay, We Buy Homes sends in a question. Says in a non-PPR, Kyler or Daniel Jones? I need points. Need most points. Probably hurt you and I, the same. I think we all need the most points we could possibly get. As of right now, personally, I feel more comfortable rolling with Kyler there. Thank you. Next Gen Financial sends in a question. Says, I lost Neighbors. Traded Henderson for Pittman. Yeah, I think that's a great trade. Okay. Says, wide receivers are DK, Pittman, Devontae Smith, and Franklin. Approve? Yeah, I think it's solid. Says, I have a good running back since, yeah, I think the trade is fantastic. I have no issue with it at all. I think, again, it's addressing a positional need, and additionally on top of that, just continuing to at least kind of push you in the right direction. Auntie Slayer says, Skull. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. TOT, VTG sends in a question. Says, got Kyron. Okay. Need the best chance in a full PPR between Henderson, Gordon, Pacheco. Pick one. I'll take Henderson there in a full PPR, hoping he gets himself a lot of receiving workload today. Pick one between Ladd, Olave, Diggs, Io Manor, Slayton. Okay, yeah. So this is a pick 3 between those wide receivers. So that would be Olave 1, Diggs 2, and Ladd 3. Slayton and Io Manor would be sitting. And then it says what to do with Juwan. Hill, Theo, Gatson are available. Look, as of right now, until I get further, I guess, instruction on whether or not he is going to be available for us, that is a to be determined kind of situation. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll keep it monitored until information is revealed to me. Let's see if there's any new reports here. Nothing as of this moment. So until we're given further information, in the event in which, let's say, for example, Jawan Johnson is inactive this week, of the available options you do have, Theo Johnson would be my preferred. Taysom Hill is something that I'm kind of interested in. I have him ranked as my number 25 tight end this week, but it's not like I'm immediately starting him on his first week back. I typically don't like to play players on their first week back from injury. I think it's kind of sketchy. Thank you. Chase sends in a question. Says in a PPR, I have Rashad White, Diggs, or Chase Brown. Yeah, Rashad White has to start there. Thank you, Chase. Appreciate it. All right, then we move on to the next question. Let's see here. Let me see if Catman sent in his follow-up. Catman, I don't see your other question. Type it in when you get a chance. Okay. Kickoff's coming through here. Interesting 14-point score thus far. We'll see if this game slows down. Hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully we'll just continue to get scores back and forth between both offenses. Okay. We had a question here from Xbox who says in a full PPR, Keenan Allen or Michael Pittman? I'll take Michael Pittman Jr. there. Thank you. Okay. We had a question here from Ahmad who says, Wandale Robinson, DeMarcado, or Michael Carter in a half PPR flex? I'll take Michael Carter there. Thank you. Appreciate it, my man. All right, Drama sends in a question. Says in a 12-team full PPR for my super flex spot. Is that a good run? Maybe. Okay, for my super flex spot, says Cooper Rush, Olave, BTJ, or AJ Brown. Interesting question. I don't like this business of Cooper Rush. I don't like that. I wouldn't play Cooper Rush there. If it's me, of those available, let me see where I have Olave, and I'll let you know right now. Yeah, I would play Chris Olave if I was you. Genuinely. That is my preferred of the bunch. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Come on, Cleveland. Okay, rolling out right. Not really completing any passes downfield, just really a game manager of sorts here from Dylan Gabriel. Interesting. Yeah, as of right now, I will just play Chris Olave out of the group. Thank you very much, Drama. Appreciate it. Big Rich says, good morning. In a full PPR, I've got 2 flex spots. Which one am I benching out of Olave, Walker, and BTJ? BTG gets the bench. Thank you. Anthony Barrett says, in a PPR, Malik Washington or Chubb? I will probably go Washington there. Let me just confirm the ranking. Malik Washington. I, in fact, have him, pretty significantly higher than Nick Chubb. Starting Demercado as my RB2. Perfect. That works. Play Malik Washington there. Anthony, thank you. Andrew Mitchell says in a half PPR, no wide receiver 2. Says drop the Browns or McLaughlin to add Trey Tucker. Drop slot would stay empty 4 games. Basically, where do you expect the most points? I mean, typically it's kicker. Kicker scores more points on average than defenses. So kicker and Trey Tucker would be the preferred. Now, this is after the fact that the Browns game has started. So in the event if it's between a kicker and Trey Tucker, I would just go with Trey Tucker at that point. Thank you. Judkins with a big run, but is it a holding call? That's my only question. It's okay. He'll get it back. All right, moving on. We had a question from Alex Ruiz. Thank you very much, Alex. Says in a full PPR, start 3 in 2 running backs and 1 flex option. Okay. Says we have Woody, we have Rashad, we have Michael Carter, Devontae Smith, and Slayton. Okay. So Woody has to play, Rashad White has to play, and I think Michael Carter has to play. We'll play all 3 of these. Bench the 2 wide receivers. In a full PPR, Ertz, Goddard, Kincaid. I'll take Ertz there. Thank you. Eric M sends in a question. Eric, thank you very much. Says, do I drop Juwan for Goddard or wait a week? I don't have an issue at all making that move right now. I think Goddard is the better play this week. And then additionally, on top of that, I think if he's healthy, he's the better play potentially going forward just based on averages of this season thus far. Especially in a full PPR. Like, I understand that Juwan Johnson started on fire. Now that you have Taysom Hill and Foster Moreau kind of returning into the mix, and his overall usage share is kind of dipping pretty hard even before their return, it leads me towards Goddard there. Official sends in a question. Says, Official Honest Abe, what's up, my man? Says, what's up, AK? First time here this season. That's right. Long time no see. Hope you're doing well, my man. Okay, incomplete pass. Okay, it says, I have Ladd, I have Trey Tucker, I have Slayton, I have Kendra, I have Travis Hunter, pick 2. Yeah, I have no interest in playing Travis Hunter or Kendra Miller. So it's pretty much between these 3 available options, to which right now I have Ladd McConkey and Trey Tucker as my highest ranked. It says starting Wanda already. Okay, so yeah, at that point, you just play Ladd and Trey Tucker alongside of him. Thank you. Chris Berardi sends in a question. Chris, thank you very much. Says in a full PPR, pick 2 between Diggs, BTJ, Dowdle, and Marks. I will take both of the running backs. Dowdle and Marks are my suggestions. Thank you very much, Chris. Appreciate it. All right, let's see what the 2nd and 20 play looks like. Probably a screen pass. Jerome Ford just got absolutely lit up. Fannin with another reception. We love to see it. Hopefully the rookie-to-rookie connection continues to build as we go on here today. Andy Wardlaw sends in a question. Says T-Mac or Rashad White, full PPR. Let me see where I have Rashad White comparatively. I believe I will have him ranked higher, and I, in fact, do. Therefore, that's my suggestion. I would play Rashad White there this week over Tedderola McMillan in a full PPR. Thank you. Sal sends in a question. Sal, thank you very much. As in a half PPR, I need a running back in a flex between Chase Brown, RJ Harvey, Amari Demercado, and Rashid Shaheed. Does Chase do anything versus Detroit? We hope so. Look, as of right now, Detroit could very easily blow them out by 45 points, and no one would be surprised based on how horrible they have looked. It has been a very underwhelming offense, to say the least. I think he'll still be able to score himself in a half PPR anywhere between 8 to 12 points. There's a potential, which is, a lucky touchdown could be, arrived at based on a turnover or something of that exchange. An easy special teams play to get them down into the red zone in those opportunities. But as of right now, of those available options, my 2 highest ranked would be Harvey and Chase Brown there. Thank you. All right. Minsky sends in a question. Says in a PPR, Dowdle over Montgomery, Keenan Allen, and Pittman. Thanks. I would play Dowdle, Montgomery, Pittman. Keenan Allen would be the odd man out. So Keenan's the only sit in this circumstance. Thank you. John Garcia says, I plagued by injuries and buys. Okay. I need a sleeper pick between Luke McCaffrey and Darius Slayton. I would prefer to play Darius Slayton there as of this week. Says, or Pacheco off of the bench. No, I'd rather just play Slayton there in a PPR format. Says, as for tight end, Ertz or Henry, honestly, you can go either of which way. I think the current spread of that game between Buffalo and New England's a little bit wide. I think it's probably going to be a far closer game, to which if it's going to be, it's going to require a lot of Hunter Henry in this circumstance. So I'll lean towards Hunter Henry there. That works for me. But if you wanted to play Zach Ertz, I don't have an issue with it. Again, he has scored 12 receiving touchdowns in the last, he scored 9 receiving touchdowns in the last 12 games with Jaden Daniels. So they're just like an automatic success duo within the red zone category, especially with Terry McLaurin out. Like Ertz has to be respected as a great option this week, but Hunter Henry is on a bit of a roll himself, so I'll lean towards that Hunter Henry for now. Gabriel Catalan sends in a question. Says, I got offered a Dunze for Garrett Wilson. Yes or no? Full PPR. I don't have an issue with it. I mean, I think it's relatively equal value, and I do trust the passing attack of the Bears a little bit more. Even though Garrett Wilson has himself unimpeded volume of opportunity with no competition, that also provides, or it sits alongside of the fact that he has Justin Fields, which, do I love the overall opportunity share that he's getting with him? No. So I'll lean towards a Dunze there. That's fine by me. Mark says, good morning. Questions in the chat. All right, Mark, let's see what you have here. All right, says, I need a flex and a full PPR between Harvey. Okay, so we took care of that first question. Your second question is full PPR, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, 2 flex. I need 2 for the flex plus drop 2 of these guys for a defense and a kicker. We have Henderson, Demercado, Spears, Flowers, A.J. Brown, Javonte Williams. No, that's probably Jamison Williams and Keon Coleman. Okay. So if we're starting 2, 2, and 2, we arrive at, it says of these, okay, I need 2 for the flex. Because you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so technically only 2 of these players fit. Okay, here's my suggestion, Mark. Demercado and Keenan Allen, or sorry, not Keenan Allen. Demercado and Keon Coleman are dropped for you. Then you're playing A.J. Brown and you're playing Zay Flowers there. Thank you. Appreciate it, Mark. All right, we continue on with JCB, who says in a PPR dynasty format, do I start Travis or Trevor Etienne? Okay, Trevor Etienne, his little brother. Okay. Sean Tucker or McNichols or Gibson? Yeah, I don't like any of those plays, genuinely. I don't like any of them. Do I have them ranked? Absolutely. As it currently stands, of those available options, I do have Sean Tucker ranked the highest of the bunch. Thank you. All right, we continue on with a question from Sean Bonds. Sean, thank you very much. Says the following. Says, I was offered Dobbins, Harrison Jr., and Tedderell McMillan for Hampton and Golden. I lost Neighbors, and I'm deep at running back, weak at wide receiver. I have Slayton, Tucker, Odunze, Golden, Coleman. Thanks. Interesting. So someone wants to go ahead and take, they'll give you Harrison and Tedderell McMillan and Dobbins. I mean, look, at this point, I think it's a matter of like, would I like to explore a different potential trade? Sure. But in terms of the volume of wide receiver depth you are getting in return in the form of Tedderell McMillan and Marvin Harrison, and you're still able to kind of get yourself some sort of recouped value at running back in the form of Dobbins, I'm fine with this trade. I don't have an issue with it. Again, I would like potentially different wide receivers in return, in which I'm getting, but ultimately, if this is the best trade that you were able to curate within your league and nobody else is really interested, then yeah, I'm okay making this move because, yeah, wide receiver for you is a little bit thin, especially with Tucker not being the greatest, Odunze on bye, Slayton, again, an unknown commodity still because of Jackson Dart's kind of still not really an established player in the league as of right now. So yeah, I don't mind it. Thank you. All right, we had a question from Mo. Mo, thank you very much. Mo says, I'm trying to trade Javonte and Kamara for Bijan. I lost Bucky Irving, and his other running backs are Montgomery and Hunt. Okay, he lost Bucky, and okay, very well. Says, my other running backs are Gibbs, Henderson, and White. What do you think? I mean, ultimately, if I was in your position, I would be trying to trade Rashad White to him because he's a Bucky Irving manager. But in the event in which you can get away with giving those 2 running backs for Bijan, I don't mind it. That's fine by me. Thank you. Hernan Ramos sends in a question. Thank you very much. Says, I have Bowers. Do I pick up Schultz or risk it with Taysom Hill? Honestly, if you're going to play Taysom Hill, you have to do that on your own accord. I don't know if I can comfortably suggest him going into this upcoming week. Again, this is the first week back from his season-ending injury last year. Just coming off of the IR with limited participation in practice. We don't know what his overall snap share is going to be. We don't know where he's going to line up, how they're going to utilize him. He can line up as a quarterback and throw the ball. He can line up as a tight end, catch a couple passes. Shoot, he could be the goal line fullback and run block. Who knows? As of right now, I would lean towards playing Schultz. Thank you. Nicholas Thompson sends in a question. Thank you very much, Nicholas. I appreciate it. This is in a half PPR. Marvin Harrison, Waddle, or Rashad White? I will take Rashad White there. Thank you. The next question on our list here is as such. It says start 2. Marks, Sutton, Kamara. Marks has a great matchup. You know, the thing is, even though you may believe he has a great matchup, if you go look at the overall contributions from running backs that are not named Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery, they've shut down almost every running back not named Montgomery or Gibbs. So that in itself kind of makes me think that, you know, when you're taking on an elite rushing attack in the form of the Lions, they can expose you. But every other team they've taken on, they've done pretty well in terms of stopping the run. So in regards to, let's see here, where do I have Sutton in comparison to Marks? As of this moment, Sutton will be ranked higher in a full PPR. Marks will be ranked higher in a half PPR. Kamara is the auto play, and then, you know, Sutton and Marks are dependent on scoring format. Half is Marks, full is Sutton. Thank you. All right, Dimitri, kind of follow-up question. Said in a full PPR, would you play Diggs, Marks at the flex? As of right now, I would play Woody, Marks there. Thank you. Kent sends in a question. Kent, thank you very much. All right, let's see here. I'm just waiting to see what exactly we're going to get out of this offense. Carson Wentz dumping it off to Mason. Get upfield and stonewalled. Okay. Half PPR, Mason, Taylor, JCM, or Harvey. Let me see where I have JCM and Harvey comparatively in a half PPR. Yeah, RJ Harvey is my highest ranked of the bunch. As for your next question, full PPR, 2 flex, Mason, Taylor, JCM, Jawan, Ridley, Strange, or Ollie Gordon, excuse me. Of those available, under the assumption that Jawan Johnson doesn't play, it would be Mason, Taylor, and Bretton Strange in a full PPR, under the assumption that Jawan doesn't play. Otherwise, it would be Jawan Johnson alongside of probably Mason. Ridley's also a question mark, so there's just a lot of question marks in regards to your potential options there, but I honestly feel like playing both those tight ends, Strange and Taylor, are kind of the way to go. Okay, let's see here. Carson Wentz, I don't know what he's up to, but he's just airmailing a couple. Okay, that's defensive pass interference, no problem. Continuing on, we had a question from Mitchell Garrett. Mitchell, thank you very much. This is in a full PPR, Travis Etienne or Deebo Samuel in the flex. Really good question. I believe I have Deebo ranked higher. Let me just confirm that in a full PPR. Nope, I do not. I have Travis Etienne ranked a couple spots ahead of him. Honestly, I don't mind going one over the other. In this circumstance, yeah, I'll still stick with my overall projection. So I'll take Travis there. Thank you. If you wanted to play Deebo, I don't have an issue with it again. They're both in the same tier of player with my flex. Nick Lothar sends it a question. Says, why JD5 over Drake May? JD5 knee brace concerns me. Yeah, look, here's the thought process. I would like to believe that the Washington Commanders are a smart enough organization to understand that if their running back had a problem with his mobility, that they wouldn't put him out there when they have Marcus Mariota as the backup. And Marcus is more than capable of winning them any potential contest, even against the Chargers. So ultimately, the only reason I feel confident rolling with a JD5 in this circumstance is primarily because the organization is putting him out there. So if he wasn't cleared by doctors and if there wasn't the potential of any sort of re-injury or anything like that, like, I'm of the belief that they've put him in a position to where he's going to succeed and that his health is not something that is going to diminish his potential for play. So again, that could be wishful thinking, but I just like to assume that they wouldn't expose him to an opportunity to get himself even more injured if he was an immobile option out there. Terod Taylor sends in a question, says, Henry, Pollard, White. I need 2 in a full PPR. Okay, Henry, Pollard, White. Give me Henry and give me White. As for your next question, says Emeka or Allen. I'll take Emeka Egbuka. Thank you. All right, 3rd and 1 here. Let's see what they do. I mean, honestly, they should just run the ball. Carson Wentz maybe pulls it, keeps it. Not a bad idea. A little bit of bootleg action. Nope. And that play just does nothing. Okay. Continuing on, interestingly enough. Cinco 2X. What's up, Cinco? Hope you're doing well, my man. Full PPR, start 2, flex, Javonte Williams, Woody, Marks, Dowdle, Rashad White. If this is Javonte and not Jameson, I will take Javonte Williams and I will take Rashad White as the 1-2 combo there. In the event in which I can start one more, I would play Rico Dowdle. Thank you. As for your next question, Juju Smith or Christian Kirk? Let me see where I have them. Christian Kirk. Yeah, I'll be happy with Christian Kirk there. Thank you. Alrighty, let me just watch this game for a second. Okay, went to commercial. All right, for those of you who are joining us this morning, welcome. Hope you guys are doing well. Again, like I mentioned before, and I'll continue to reiterate, over the course of the next couple hours here, we're talking all things fantasy football. My eyes are barely staying open as I am very much so sleep deprived, but hopefully I can continue to answer questions at the best of my ability. In the event in which I cannot, hopefully the rankings that are right here can answer these intrapositional kind of positions of need. My top 36 running backs that, obviously do not include anybody who's played on Thursday or is currently playing in the game between the Cleveland Browns and, of course, the Minnesota Vikings. Additionally, top 36 wide receivers up to date. All of this in a half PPR scoring format and 4-point per passing touchdowns. So hopefully this can help you land upon your decision making. If it does not, perhaps, again, I can answer your question directly. I can answer your question proxy of answering somebody else's question. Or, of course, there's the alternative different ways in which on different platforms you can get my rankings, Patreon, and, of course, via Betr. So if you guys are interested in those, of course, links down in the description. Thank you very much. Okay, let's see here. We had AEA 1010 sending the question. It says bench one in a full PPR, Derrick Henry, Breece Hall, Cam Scatterbo. Of the available options in a full PPR, I think I believe Derrick Henry is my lowest ranked player of the three. Let me just confirm this in a full PPR. That is, in fact, correct. It would go Cam at my number 9, Breece as my number 12, and Derrick Henry as my number 13. So, therefore, Derrick would be the odd man out. Thank you. Jeff Whitfield then sent a question. Jeff, thank you. Says Jalen Hurts versus Denver or risky with Dart versus New Orleans. There's just no... I just don't see the reason why I need to risk it when I have Jalen Hurts. Like, when push comes to shove, if the offense is not functioning, just like it wasn't against the LA Rams, you can turn it around and you can pass the ball and you can find success. I'm hoping they'll just come out the gates and start utilizing the receivers in that manner rather than having to be pushed to that limit. But I'm just going to comfortably play Jalen Hurts. Thank you. All right, we had a follow-up question from Trevor Melville. Says, full PPR Dowdle or Ladd? I'll rather play Dowdle this week. Thank you. Gio sends in a question. Thank you, Gio. Says, in a full PPR, start two between King Henry, Breece Hall, and Worthy. I believe in a full PPR, let me see where I have Worthy comparatively, and I will let you know. As of right now, I have Breece Hall 20, Derrick Henry 21, Worthy 23. So they're all ranked incredibly close to one another, but Hall and Henry are ahead. Thank you. All right. Pipe Down says Waller or Juwan in a PPR. As of this moment, I'd probably just end up playing Waller. I think that's just the safer of the two. And then it says flex the other or Demercado. Let me see where I have Demercado in comparison to Juwan Johnson in a full PPR. I'll let you know right now. As of right now, if Juwan Johnson's active, I will play him in a full PPR. Thank you. Okay, Phil sends in his question. Phil says, Andrew, NFL Fantasy League full PPR, flex Myers, Demercado, or Marks. I will play Jacoby Myers there. Says, or do I pick up Dowdle and plug him in? Let me check where I have Dowdle in comparison to Myers in a full PPR. One moment, please. So as of right now, between Myers and Dowdle, I would rather play Jacoby Myers in a full PPR. And then as for, that's the way that I would go about it. Thank you. Appreciate it, Phil, as always. Okay, let's see here. Where's this game at? Where's this new reports coming in here? Let's just check this out. Jordan Addison, who did not play in the first quarter because of the coach's decision, is now on the field. He played 0 snaps in the first quarter. I was going to say, I was like, why do I not see him doing anything today? Interesting. Dylan Gabriel scooting around. There we go. Make a couple plays with your legs, but that's a punt. No problem. Keep it moving. Interesting. So I'm assuming Jordan Addison probably missed curfew last night or something, and then that's why they held him out of the first quarter. But either way, he'll be fine. Now that we have 3 quarters to play with him, hopefully he catches the ball more than 3 times. Please and thank you. All right, continuing on in terms of some of these questions that were sent in, we had Mo K, who sent in the question. Mo, thank you. Says, would you offer White and Javonte for Bijan? I mean, I would offer it. As to whether they'll accept it, probably unlikely. I think there's more of a likelihood that they accept the previous trade that you suggested in regards to Javonte and Kamara. But I would certainly first start with the Rachaad White Javonte version of this circumstance. And then obviously butter them up and then move on to the better offer. Thank you. All right, Dimitrik W sends in a question. Says, I have Kyron, Scattaboo. I have Marks and Harvey at my running back. London, CD, Lamb, Diggs, and Debo. Okay. And Igbuka at wide receiver. What wide receiver would you trade for a top-tier running back? I mean, ultimately, if you can trade, I think it depends on multiple factors. If you're playing at a 1-3, 0-4 record, CeeDee Lamb is the guy that I'm moving. In the event in which that's not the case, you're 2-2, 3-1, 4-0. I mean, at this point, I'd be probably looking to move either Debo or Igbuka, trying to get whichever one is able to pull the better running back. I'll be very happy moving either of the two. Otherwise, I don't want to move Lamb or London. I want to keep those 2 options available to me if I'm 2-2, 3-1, or 4-0 in your circumstance. Thank you. All right, Johnny777 sends in a question. Johnny, thank you. Says Chase Brown, Chris Godwin, or Amari Demercado full PPR flex. I will play Chris Godwin there. Thank you, Johnny. Edward Reynolds says Bowers if he plays or Goddard. I believe Bowers is not going to play. Based on everything that I have read, he is just leaning towards not playing, most likely. You could wait, but I mean, even if he plays, it's just so sketchy right now. Don't expect him to play. Just pick up Goddard and keep him in the lineup. Thank you. Alrighty, continuing on. Let's see here. We had a question from Kiwi Sports who says, in a half PPR, 12-team redraft format, I have Ridley and Io Manor. Okay, let's see here. Ridley and Io Manor. Do I drop one for Mason Taylor? Also, I have Hawkinson, Fannin, and Darren Waller. Terrible tight ends. You have really good tight ends. I don't know what you're talking about terrible tight ends for, brother. Come on, take it easy. In regards to, am I dropping Ridley or Io Manor for Mason? You don't need it. You already have enough tight ends to be able to justify that you're fine. So no, just keep it as is. Thank you. Airbender sends in a question. Airbender, thank you very much. Says in a full PPR 3 wide receivers, start Godwin over Sutton or Olave, or leave him on the bench. In a full PPR, let me see where I have Godwin. As of this moment, I have Godwin 1 spot behind Courtland Sutton in a full PPR. Olave is the highest ranked of the bunch. If you wanted to play Godwin over Sutton, you could. I just feel like Sutton's overall consistency of play as of late is very difficult to kind of pass up on. So it makes it incredibly difficult to bench him. So I would probably just play Sutton and Olave and bench Godwin. But if you wanted to play Godwin over Sutton, it is a justifiable position considering the full PPR format. Thank you. Okay, let's see what this offense looks like this week. Come on. Could we get some passes in the direction of Jordan Addison? Please and thank you. Let's not let him goose egg us too hard here. All right, let's see here. We had a question from Smokey the Cat who says in a PPR pick 2 format, Harvey, Henderson, Carter, Charbonnet. In a PPR, Carter and Henderson will be my 2 highest ranked. Thank you. Honest Abe sends in a question, says Pittman, BTJ, or Wanda Robinson pick 2. If I'm playing 2 in a PPR, I'm going to play Pittman. And then I'm also going to play, as of right now, I'll just go with BTJ there. I won't even take the risk of leaving him on my bench. Even though it's not technically the risk, but it's just, yeah, I'd rather not. So I'll just play Pittman and BTJ. Thank you, Honest Abe. Okay, Carson Wentz rolling out. Throwing it out of bounds. Classic. All right, Richard Perez sends in a question. Richard, thank you very much. Says in a full PPR, 2 starting running backs. Okay, let's see what you have here, my man. Okay, 2 starting running backs. Rachaad White, Dobbins, Woody Marks, Chase Brown. Okay, of those available in a full PPR, I would go with Rachaad White, and I would go with, let me see where I have Dobbins in comparison to Woody Marks. I would go with Woody Marks. So Rachaad White, Woody Marks, start running back. And it says flex Debo or one of the other running backs. Just flex Debo there. And then as for Laporta or Taylor, I'll take Laporta. Thank you, Richard Perez. I appreciate it. Cowboys 955, says better long-term stash, Brashard Smith or Luther Burden. Brashard Smith is the preferred. Thank you. Christian Taylor says questions in the chat. PPR, thanks. Okay. Christian Taylor says Bowers is out. I need somebody to drop for tight end. Higgins, Pollard, Marks, or Baker. Okay. Dynasty League. Also, okay, so first and foremost, Dynasty League, this is the question. If it's a one quarterback format, and you have somebody better than Baker Mayfield, then I probably just make that swap in which Baker's the drop. Next question, and it also says Kincaid, Waller, or Goddard as the replacement. As of right now, in a full PPR format, let me see where I have them ranked. In a full PPR, technically this week it would be Goddard, but in a dynasty format, I kind of want to have Kincaid because of the youth. So I'd probably go in that direction. But if you're just thinking about this as a 1 week pickup, then technically it's just Goddard there in a full PPR. Who has the best floor? Who has the best upside? I think Goddard has the best floor. I think, technically speaking, Waller has the biggest upside. Kincaid's kind of the middle of the two. Just off of purely the touchdown consistency that he's had as of late. Timo sends in a question, says BTJ, Tucker, DeMercado, full PPR. Thanks, boss. BTJ, Tucker, or DeMercado. Let's see here. Of the available options, BTJ will be 1, Trey Tucker will be 2, and DeMercado will be 3. Thank you. Joel Garza sends in a question, says, I need a flex between David Montgomery or Debo in a PPR. In a PPR, I have Debo Samuel ranked higher. Thank you. Dave sends in a question, says, in a half PPR, start Dowdle or BTJ? I would rather play Dowdle. Thank you, Dave. I appreciate that, my man. Bugs19 sends in a question, says, PPR, Lamar is out in a super flex. Do I play Justice Hill, Hunt, Cam Ward, KR yard bonus? Okay, kick return yard bonus. Okay, let me see if Justice Hill plays special teams real quick. Justice Hill stats. See what kind of return yardage he gets over the course of a game. So as of right now, looking at the return yardage that he gets, yeah, he does get a lot. Does he not? Am I crazy? Is there a stat line for, I believe there is. Justice Hill had 133 return yards last week. Jeez Louise, just off of kickoff returns. So the question is it 1 point per every 10 yards of kickoff return? If that is in fact the case, I feel like, you know, the interesting thing is, up until this most recent week, Justice Hill wasn't the returner, though. That's my only question, is like, is he going to still be the returner? Because every week they've had a different returner in Baltimore thus far this season. So I'm not feeling so confident in the idea that it's like 100% his job, unless you can find an article that like confirms that. If it does, then you would go with Justice Hill. Otherwise, if there's no confirmation that he'll be returning kicks today, Cam Ward will be your play there, Bugs. Thank you. Frosty, what's up, my man? It says, mind breaking down quarterbacks 9, 10, 11 in a 6 point per passing touchdown. Yeah, so 6 point per passing touchdown, 9, 10, and 11 are going to be different. I mean, if you mean just specifically the players there and not the actual rank, because the rank would change for these players in specific. So if we were to theoretically change Drake May, Dak Prescott, and Jared Goff in a 6 point per passing touchdown format, it would go Dak number 1, Goff number 2, and Drake May number 3. The reason why Drake May sits there at number 9 in a 4-point is because of that rushing upside that he has implicated within his scoreline. That pretty much is like, it's not nullified, but it is a closer gap in terms of the potential, which I do believe in comparison to the two alternatives that you have there, Dak and Jared Goff, he does have the least likelihood of throwing for a higher touchdown total. So of the group, I would prefer specifically to play Dak 1, Goff 2, and Drake May 3 in a 6-point per passing touchdown league. So that's where I'm going with those three. Is that a catch or is that a drop? Judy, you good, brother? What are you doing? Okay, continuing on. Chris V NYC says, my brother, we have Sutton, we have Debo, we have Genty, we have Montgomery sit 1. In a half PPR, I would suggest that you sit Cortland Sutton there this week. Thank you. Continuing on, we had Weston Nelson, who says in a full PPR, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, 1 tight end, 2 flex. Okay. So I have Bijan, McLovin, Chuba out. Okay. Chase Brown, Tucker, Chubb, Flowers, Keenan, Io Manor, Ertz, Andrews, Kirk, Kincaid, Cup. Tough week. Okay. So of your available options, we can start 7. So let's start with running back here, Weston Nelson. At running back this week, looking at the available options that we have, Chase Brown has to play. And unless I'm not seeing another running back, Nick Chubb has to play. I'm not playing Sean Tucker there. So Chase Brown and Nick Chubb are your starting running backs. As for your wide receivers, I am playing Zay Flowers, and I am also playing Keenan Allen. As for your 2 flex options, actually forget that. Let's play your tight end first, which I would play Zach Ertz. And then within your 2 flex options, I would go Cooper Kupp and I would go Kincaid. Thank you. KD sends in a question. KD, thank you very much. Says PPR flex 2. Dowdle, BTJ, Tedero, McMillan, Jameson, or JCM. Cool. Of those available options, I would play Dowdle and I would play Tedero, McMillan, genuinely. I'll play both of those players against Miami. Thank you. Justin McMillan says Rico Dowdle or Sutton in a half PPR. I will play Rico Dowdle there. Thank you. Lockie McQueen sends in a question. Says, hey, Andrew, hope you're doing well. I am. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Says Rashad White or Debo Samuel half PPR. And thanks and happy birthday. Appreciate it. Let's see where we have Debo Samuel in a half PPR comparatively to Rashad White. I believe Rashad White will be ranked higher, and that is in fact the case. Rashad White will be my suggestion there. They are both in my top 27. Debo at number 27, Rashad White at number 23 in a half PPR, but Rashad White would be the preferred of the two. Thank you. No Love Matt says in a full PPR pick 1 circumstance, we have T. Higgins, Tony Pollard, and Amari DeMercado. I would probably feel most comfortable playing with Tony Pollard in my lineup in hopes that he can fall into the end zone. Let me see where I have him in terms of his comparison to T. Higgins, to which, yeah, there's enough of a gap to where I will just play Tony Pollard there. Thank you, No Love Matt. Says I'm already playing Addison as my other flex. Understood. Yeah, I mean, as of right now, in the event in which Addison continues up this goose egg of a performance, you could play T. Higgins and hope for a big touchdown. I think that could be a play that you could pivot to, just to try to find ceiling of potential, but definitely risky. All right, let's see here. I just want to check something real quick in terms of some of the stats on this game so far. Obviously, a 7-7 tie. The expectation is one of the lower scoring games of the week. So let's see here. Yeah, Jordan Addison, not a single target thus far. Pretty depressing game, if I was to say so. Xavier Scott getting just as much run as Jordan Mason. That is as scary as it gets, to be genuine. Okay. Rob M sends in a question. Thank you, Rob. Says Mason Taylor or Taysom Hill in a half PPR. Look, here's the thing, guys. How do we know where or how Taysom Hill is going to be utilized, right? Like, don't get me wrong. I think Taysom Hill is, whenever he is active and healthy, he is 100% a top 16 tight end to start every single week. I don't care if he scores 2 points. The fact that he could score 15 to 30 any given game makes him incredibly appealing. Now, my only question is he going to be playing as that wildcat quarterback, or is he just going to run routes as a tight end? Right? Because that's a huge difference in terms of the overall workload share and in terms of his fantasy contributions, to which as of right now, instead of being bamboozled by the potential of anything, I would just rather play Mason Taylor, play it safe, get a tight end that I know is going to get volume of opportunity in terms of targets, is going to play about 80 plus percent of the offensive snaps, and has a solid matchup in a negative game script. So for now, I'd lean towards Mason Taylor. If Taysom Hill, again, starts throwing the ball, starts running around, doing what he does, in future weeks, he'll be fantastic. But for right now, the only thing that I would suggest with a Taysom Hill potential play is picking him up. That's it. I don't know if I want to put him in my lineup as of yet. Joshua Wilkins sends out a question, says, Genty for Bijan a good move? Yes. I will trade Genty for Bijan 10 times out of 10. Thank you. Jose Rodriguez sends out a question. Jose, thank you. Says, Malik Washington, Io Manor, or Shaheed? Pick one. Of those available, Shaheed is my highest ranked. Thank you. Katie sends it a question. Katie, thank you. Says PPR flex one, Slayton, Thornton, or Charbonnet. In a PPR, I will go with Darius Slayton there. Charbonnet would be my second best option. Thank you. Man, I don't know why they have Hawkinson trying to block Myles Garrett. I don't know who thought that was a good idea. Jeez, that man just got folded like a lawn chair. You would think that they would run the ball to the opposite side of the field of Myles Garrett, though. That's what you would assume. I mean, that's what I would do. I'm definitely not running the ball towards him. Okay, Carson Wentz, baby, just throwing it 9 yards out of bounds. Okay. Slowly but surely catching up. I do appreciate y'all coming through, supporting the channel. Again, in regards to today's live stream, again, we're going to be here until 10 a.m. PST, so we'll still be here for the next, 2 hours and 20 minutes answering questions. Someone asked, do I trade Henry for Odunze? I think it depends on what the rest of your running backs look like. In the event in which you have 3 other viable running backs to where you got studs across the board because you've hit on every single one of your selections, or maybe you picked up players off the waiver, yeah, sure, I don't mind that trade. But in the event in which, again, he is a contributing factor in a starting top 2 running back for you rest of the season, I'm probably less inclined to make a move in that capacity. Wow, is Carson Wentz going to get away with it? Nope, he is not. Carson Wentz tried to make a defender miss and just got a helmet straight into the stomach. Like, man. This is I just don't understand who decided or what the entire thought process was in regards to putting these two teams in prime time on an early Sunday morning game. Like, who would have, I don't know. Don't get it. Okay. Continuing on. Rachaad White or A.J. Brown in a full PPR. As of right now, it would be Rachaad White pretty comfortably there. Again, Rachaad White is, in my mind, an incredibly valuable play this week, guys. Like, it's going to be very few potential options in the grand scheme of it all that are a better option than Rachaad White. Like, he sits at my number 25 in a half PPR overall this week of the remaining players. So he's going to be a better option than a vast majority of the crew. All right, we had a couple super chats sent in. Let me go ahead and catch up on those really quickly. We had a question that came in from FRS, who says, PPR, 2 running backs, 1 tight end. Says the following: Rico, Brown, Hendo, Sharbs, Mason, and Juwan. When do the New Orleans Saints play today? Let me just check. So, considering... Yeah, look, Juwan Johnson, we'll know his status in a little bit here. So once we get that confirmation, because they play at 10 a.m., in the next hour, we'll have a pretty clear picture as to what his overall status is. If he's active, he's in my lineup. If he's not, then we would just pivot to just playing Mason Taylor there, who also plays at the 10 a.m. window. As for your alternative options in regards to 2 running backs and 1 tight end, so obviously we know what we're going to do at tight end right now. But as for your running backs, Rico Dowdle and probably Chase Brown will be the 1-2 combo there this week. Thank you. Casey sends it a question. Thank you very much. Says, good morning, Andrew. Should I play Olave or Walker in a full PPR? Let me see where I have Olave comparatively, and I'll let you know right now. As of right now, I have Chris Olave ranked higher in a full PPR scoring format. Says, I'm already playing Breece Hall and Rachaad White. My wide receivers are Nico, Teterow, McMillan, and Waddle. Yeah, I think you have it correctly set up. The only additional piece that I'm adding to this is playing Olave there. I think the overall opportunity share of targets is going to increase, primarily because when you go from playing the Bills to the rest of the field, and especially this week taking on, a defense like the New York Giants, I prefer Olave in this circumstance in comparison to that Tampa Bay run stop defense that has effectively shut down, Bijan Robinson and Saquon Barkley this season. So Walker with a threat of Charbonnet, Olave is the better play in a full PPR. Thank you, Casey. Appreciate it. All right, let's see here. What else do we have here in terms of some questions? What are the new updates here in terms of what I'm getting here? Carson Wentz is headed to the medical tent. Oh, goodness. Yes, really fun football to watch. Really fun. Vikings playing against the rookie quarterback. Vikings are playing against themselves. That's what they're doing. The Vikings are doing anything they can to make it more difficult on themselves. Dart or Nix, Jerry, or anybody who's asking a question that potentially could have their question answered via these rankings here, just bear with me for a second. The rankings that are on screen as of right now and that are rotating and are going to consistently rotate over the course of today's live stream are updated as of this morning and quite literally do not even include players that are currently playing within this game. So if you guys have any interpositional rankings questions in regards to running backs, wide receivers, tight ends, quarterbacks, kickers, defense, that kind of jazz, the rankings are here. They are available. You can check them out. Again, the other thing that pops up throughout this rotation is the Patreon. Again, if you guys want to get those rankings at a full capacity for all positions, including flex, including half and full PPR rankings, that is available. Again, there's a link down in the description for those of you who want to support there and get those rankings on a weekly basis via the subscription service. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Our money bags in the chat was asking full PPR bench one of these three. I probably end up benching Diggs or Chase Brown. I really want to play Chris Godwin there, so it's either Stephon Diggs or Chase Brown. Let me see where I have Chase Brown comparatively. Chase Brown is 3 spots ahead of Stephon, so Stephon will be the bench. Thank you. Andy sends in a super chat. Andy, thank you very much. Says, talk me out of flexing Woody over Debo / Tedero McMillan in a half PPR. Can I talk you? Okay, well, this is what I will tell you. I do not mind the idea of playing him over Tet because Tedero McMillan hasn't done enough as of thus far to justify that he is the better play. As of right now in a half PPR, I have Woody over Tet, but I do not have Woody over Debo Samuel. So if you could play Debo and Woody, that would be my suggestion there, Andy. Thank you. Alrighty. But if you had to pick one over the other, it's just too difficult for me to pass up on the idea of playing Debo Samuel at this current iteration of this Washington Commanders offense, primarily because he's the primary slot receiver with Jaden Daniels this season, 7 targets in each of those games, 7 receptions in each of those games. That's the kind of opportunity share that I was going to say that we pray for fantasy purposes, but truly in this circumstance, that's like elite level of contribution. 7+ receptions, if we can get anywhere close to that on a given weekly basis, that's just as good as it gets. So that's where I would go with Debo there, if it's just him versus Woody one-on-one for the final flex spot. All right, let me just take a swig of water here, and then we'll be good to go. All right, Dylan Gabriel in the gun. Little dump off screen to Jerome Ford out of the backfield. Good yardage. And Carson Wentz is going to the locker room. I think I'm losing my voice slowly but surely. Okay, Bugs19 had a follow-up. Says last question. Okay, says plus last question. Bugs, I thought I answered your first question. It says yes, I get 1 point per kick return yard or every 10 yards. That's my question. Because if you're getting 1 point per every yard, then it doesn't make sense. You're just playing Justice Hill regardless. But it's every 10 yards, then I'd still play him under the assumption that we can get a confirmation that he is actually the starting kick returner. Let me go look at their current depth chart. Ravens depth chart. Let me see who they currently have in terms of their starting kick returner. As of right now, it says kickoff return. It says Rasheen Ali, Justice Hill, Tylan Wallace, Keaton Mitchell. So he's in the rotation. He's technically one of the starting two. Doesn't mean he'll get the ball. That's for sure. To which, again, that makes me a little bit worried. I'd rather just play Cam Ward at that point because considering I don't have a guarantee. And then as for your second question here, Bugs, says I picked up Mason Taylor. Start over them? ? No, I'd still play Cam Ward there. That's fine by me. Thank you. We had a question from Cowboys 955 says I think you missed my last super chat. No, I had answered it, but we can go back to it right now. You would ask what's the better long-term option? I go with Brashard Smith there. Wow, I think I lost my voice. That's crazy. I'm losing it. I haven't lost it yet. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but I am definitely losing it in this circumstance. Hopefully, I can conserve it enough to where I can survive the next 2 hours here. Jerry Jeudy making a couple plays. Actually, pretty good. Okay, continuing on. Let's get back to some of these super chats. Let's see where we're at here. We had a question from Aaron who says, in a full PPR, Rico Dowdle or Rudy Marks? I'll take Rico Dowdle there. Thank you. Real Eyes 00 sends in a question. Says, super flex, full PPR. I need 2 flexes. Myers, White, Diggs, Godwin, and Pollard. I'm starting A-Chain, Gibbs, Nico, and Sutton. Okay, so if you need 2 flexes out of that group, it would be Myers and White would be my suggestions there, Real Eyes. Thank you. Appreciate it. What a catch by Njoku. My goodness. I pointed that thing. What a play. That might be Njoku. Looking fresh. Okay. Justin Barrow sends it a question. It says, crafting a parlay. Give me 3 legs that are locks. In my opinion, 3. Okay, one moment, please. Let me open up the Betr app real quick here, and I'll let you know exactly what I have in terms of my favorites. Let's remove that. Okay, so as for this week, I have David Montgomery, anytime touchdown, rushing or receiving, doesn't matter. I'll take that as a lock in my mind. In my mind, of course. Thank you. I like Rashad. Okay, so I like Rashad White more than 2.5 receptions, and I like Rico Dowdle more than 1.5 receptions. Those are my 3. Thank you. All right, continuing on. We had Lucky Chopsticks, who says, in a full PPR, Michael Carter or Troy Franklin? Yeah, I think it's very simple. We'll play Michael Carter. Yesterday, there was even more indication that it's really going to be in his favor today. So yeah, let's go with Michael Carter in that circumstance. Thank you. Alrighty, beautiful. Good to go. Dropped Njoku from Mason Taylor, SMH. Is Njoku even having a good game? Like, let's see. Njoku so far, 3 catches, 41. We like that. There we go. Starting to build something. We like that. Here we go. Building some momentum. Could we please hand the ball to Judkins? Like, how do we... I don't understand. Why does Jerome Ford even touch the ball in this offense? Someone's got to explain that one to me. All right, continuing on. We had a question. Let's hear. Lockie McQueen says, should I drop any of the wide receivers from Mooney on the waivers in a 14-team non-PPR? Technically, you could drop Golden for Mooney. Outside of that, I don't think I would. I wouldn't drop either Io Manor or Slayton for him at the moment. Actually, I would be considering Io Manor as a drop in the circumstance comparatively, but considering Ridley's got a little bit of an issue with his injury, probably look in the direction of just keeping him for right now, just in case Ridley's going to miss any sort of semblance of time. Dolly A in the chat was asking Cortland or Myers in a full PPR. I would rather play Jacoby Myers there. In the absence of Brock Bowers, I think that's a really solid play. All right, let's see what this offense looks like here. Dropping back, tipped pass, probably going to be intercepted, and it's not. Dude, he almost actually caught that one. That was interesting. This drive is probably going to end up turning into a field goal if I had to guess. Dylan Gabriel. Man, some of these shorter quarterbacks, they got to get the ball out of their hands quickly. Otherwise, the pass rush just makes it so difficult to get the ball out. Sheesh. Would you start Drake May or Kyler Murray today? Honestly, I think both are incredible plays. I think it's just a matter of purely how those 2 games are going to kind of transpire. If we do anticipate the Patriots to be far more competitive than where the spread currently kind of has them designated, which I think the spread is already too big because of the fact that it's an interdivisional game, I would say that Drake May is probably just like In terms of, does he have a higher upside? Yes. But in terms of floor, I think Kyler Murray has him beat because they play against the Titans. And it's very possible that the Cardinals can put up 30 points today against the Titans because that's just the Titans. So that's why I lean towards Kyler. Okay, we had a question that came in from KD. KD, thank you. I appreciate it. Says, got offered Lamb for Tedderola, McMillan, and Godwin by an 0-4 team. Yeah, sounds good to me. Give me Lamb. Give them Tedderola and give them Godwin. It's perfect. Thank you. Says I have JSN, I have Quentin Johnston, London. Yeah, take Lamb, run to the hills. Easily the best deal that I've seen in a while in regards to a trade for Lamb. Thank you. Okay, let's see here. We had a question that came in from Pipe Down. Says, bad idea to start Walker and Charbonnet. Demercado is scary. No, I think playing Walker and Charbonnet as a duo is actually really advantageous. I prefer Charbonnet and Walker over Demercado individually. And considering you have both and you'd be able to kind of encapsulate the entire value point of Seattle's backfield within your lineup, that means there's no leakage. So there's no potential of one stealing stats from the other and them being, a potential. Okay, what is that? Was that like a Russell Wilson attempt out the back of the end zone? I'm so confused as to what that was. Jeez, Gabriel, what is that, brother? Oh my gosh. Anyway, they probably told him, if you don't see it, just throw it out the back of the end zone because we want to get the field goal and we don't want you to get sacked. I think that was probably the likelihood of what just went through that coaching kind of decision. But anyway, I think Walker and Charbonnet as a duo play is fantastic. They're piped down. Thank you. All right, let's see if we get some points here on the board. And we do. Okay. Pretty good start here. When I say pretty good start, I mean this is one of the most boring games I've seen this season. Thank you. All right, Vaporware sends in a question. Says, start Charbonnet over Harvey or Miller. Yeah, absolutely. I would actually, if it's a half PPR, I would play him over both. In the event in which is and under the assumption that it's a full PPR, that's when I would feel most comfortable playing Harvey. It says also drop Miller for Dowdle. Yes, immediately. I would drop Miller for Dowdle, and I would play Dowdle over everybody you have here, Vapor. Confidence in Miller being the man in New Orleans. I don't know where that would ever come from. As long as Alvin Kamara is breathing, he is the man in New Orleans. That's what it is. And now that Taysom Hill's returning, I think there's more opportunities for Taysom to also kind of get himself workload within the rushing category. Thank you. Which, again, effectively kind of just diminishes Kendre's role. Logart sends in a question, says, who's your team again? Question mark. Much love, buddy. Thanks. Who's my team again? My team is the team that I start every week in fantasy. Whoever those players are. No, but like actual team that I would support, theoretically speaking. Here's the thing. That's the tricky thing about like loving fantasy football so much and just learning to just love every single player and every team. I don't technically have like a team that I'm going to lose my mind if they don't win on Sundays. I don't have that kind of a team. The closest thing I have to that is the LA Rams, but ultimately it's like I don't have that distinctive like they have to win, otherwise I'm going to lose my mind kind of thing. So ultimately at this point, I'd probably just say I love all teams, all players. As long as they have some sort of fantasy value, I'm all for it. Where are we at? Kyler or Drake May? Yeah, the rankings on screen will demonstrate exactly where I'd go within those interpositional questions. So I do have Kyler Murray ahead of Drake May. That's the way I would go, Adrian. Thank you. Ramen Noodle says Judkins 50-yard touchdown was called back. Yeah, it's kind of a rough first half thus far. Long extended drives, but again, a lot of Jerome Ford, which kind of has made the entire kind of rushing attack a little bit less impactful. But then again, they haven't ran the ball enough. Like 8 carries for 51 is fantastic. Like I'll take that any day of the week. Anytime I'm getting a 6 yard per carry average, please and thank you. They just got to run the ball more. That's it. Okay, Mason, 1 week wonder, absolutely selling right now. Yeah. The fact that he's being out carried or close to being out carried by Xavier Scott is scaring me. It's definitely not the most exciting situation there. What is that? Okay, we don't want that. Let's do this. Let's do this. Okay, let's see. Is there new reports coming in right now? We have 6 new reports as of right now in the last 10 minutes. Carson Wentz headed to the locker room, left arm injury. Don't like to see that. Questionable to return. Yeah, okay, well, we'll see. Hopefully he'll get a... I mean, here's the reality, right? Carson Wentz, left arm injury. If it's anything that's just pain, I'm expecting him to get a Toradol shot and him to get back into the game. I think he's a tough son of a gun already naturally, so maybe he doesn't even take the Toradol shot, but that's what I would assume is going to happen here. He'll take the shot, he'll get back in the game, he'll be fine. We have no problem. In the event in which it's a far more serious injury to where it's, again, like a broken collarbone or something of that extent, then maybe he's going to miss some time and probably won't play the remainder of this game. But let's just hope that's not the case. Knock on wood. All right, continuing on. We had a question that came in from Perry Apal, who says, Superflex, Browning, Ward, or Rush? Out of those 3 available options, I genuinely have Browning ranked number 1, Rush number 2, Ward number 3. That's the way I would go about it. In my own Superflex format home league, because I drafted Joe Burrow in a Superflex league this year, Jake Browning has unfortunately uncovered himself as my number 2 quarterback as of late, until I can go ahead and potentially pivot to a trade, which, again, nobody likes to trade with me in my own home league because they know that I'm the reigning champion and, you know, it is what it is. So they've acted upon my misfortune, unfortunately. But for now, I'll take Browning there. Thank you. Rico or Zay in the flex? I'd rather have Rico there, Mark. I think that's a really solid play. Rico Dowdle, again, guys. In terms of where I have him ranked, like on the screen that was here, let me just go ahead and I'll reset it real quick. Where I have Rico Dowdle, in terms of this kind of priority, number 15, he's pretty much just, he's going to get the entirety of what Chuba Hubbard typically gets on a weekly basis, which we talked about it earlier this week in the Hidden Gems episode. 19, 15, and 19 touches in the first 3 games of the season. So whenever there's an opportunity of 15 to 20 touches this week for someone like Rico Dowdle, who last season as the starting running back of the Dallas Cowboys was incredibly efficient within his overall opportunity share, just as capable on the ground as he was through the air, I think all of that on top of the fact that they take on Miami makes him such a valuable pickup and play. If you had the opportunity to do so, do so. Ando was saying Rashard Smith or Kendre Miller this week in a half PPR stash. If I'm stashing one, I probably think that Kendre Miller has the quicker likelihood of being a more... Kendre Miller requires an injury or a trade. Rashard Smith just requires more opportunity to prove he's better than the 2 other bums in the backfield. So Rashard Smith is probably the better stash. Better lottery ticket per se. Vapor says standard JCM for Dowdle. Yes, immediate. Well, Look, here's the thing. Dowdle, in my mind, is at most 1 to 2 weeks of a potential contributing option for your team. JCM has far more valuable, kind of reps ahead of him rest of season, to which I would rather have JCM in the long run. The only reason I would ever drop JCM for Dowdle is if I'm in a desperate need for a victory this week and just need a contributing option that can help me find that I'm 0-4, I'm struggling, and something like that is the potential push. Someone was saying Chase Brown or Tyler Warren in a full PPR. I legitimately have Tyler Warren ranked higher, so I would go in that direction. Superflex Stroud or Browning? I would rather just play Stroud there. I'm not too interested in playing Jake Browning in comparison. Man, the fact that the Browns have thrown the ball 21 times in the first half is kind of nuts. You would think if the running game is averaging over 6 yards per carry with Judkins and he breaks out a 50-yard run that gets called back, you'd assume maybe they expose him to a little bit more opportunity share. But, you assume. That's what happens when you assume, right? You make an ass out of you and me. Alrighty, continuing on. Let's see here. Is any new updates in regards to some of these player injuries this morning? I don't think so. I think we're in a solid position here in regards to that. Good to go. Rico or Sutton? I'd rather just play Rico there. I'm pretty confident in Rico this week, guys. As you can tell. Based on my, as you can tell. Flex Kendry or Cup? I think I'd rather just play Cup there. Okay, we had Austin who sent in a question. Austin, thank you very much. Says, hey, Andrew, I need one in a full PPR flex position. Rashad White, Tedderell, McMillan, Chase Brown, Woody, Marks, Godwin. I'd play Rashad White of those available options. Thank you. Joe R sends in a question. Joe, thank you. Says, I have Josh Allen, David Montgomery, Rashad White, JSN, Buka, Tyler Warren, Woody, Jacksonville, Dart, and or maybe no, you don't have Jacksonville. You have Jackson Dart. My apologies. Bench is Zay, Ramondre, Pollard, Stroud, and Pittman. Any changes to the lineup? It's a full PPR super flex, huh? I think I might play Michael Pittman in your flex over Woody Marks. Let me just confirm where I have Michael Pittman comparatively. Yeah, that's the only swap that I make there. I for sure am playing Montgomery and Rashad White as RB1 and 2. Josh Allen's obviously your quarterback. JSN and Buka are your best receivers. Tyler Warren's an automatic. Jackson Dart's an automatic over Stroud. To which, yeah, it's just Woody versus pretty much Pittman in this circumstance. To which, in a full PPR scoring format, I would rather just play Pittman there. Otherwise, Woody's the next best option. Either way you want to go about it, you have a fantastic team. Okay, continuing on. Andrew Myers sends in a question. Andrew, thank you. Says in a full PPR, one wide receiver, one flex format, we have Xavier Worthy, Brian Thomas Jr., Jamison Williams, Scatteraboo, Emeka, also May or Hurts. I'd rather play Jalen Hurts, clear and away. Now, as for your previous question, of those available options, I would probably feel most comfortable playing Scat and Emeka as my wide receiver flex combo. Let me confirm this real quick with full PPR. Let me see where I have Worthy in comparison to the two. Yeah, as of right now, I have Scat and Emeka ranked higher than the rest of the field there, Andrew Myers. Thank you again. Appreciate it. Dowdle or Wandale Robinson? Nemus, I would just play Dowdle. All right, Daisy sends in a question. Daisy, if you do, says in a half PPR, tight end, Waller or Andrews with Hill out. When you say with Hill out, is that like what, Taysom Hill? Is that what you're referring to? Let me just confirm this. Okay, as of right now, Taysom Hill trending towards not playing in week 5. No, that's not Taysom Hill. Where is he? Is he active? So who's the Hill that you're referring to then? That's my question. That's Brock Bowers trending towards not playing. Okay, anyway, to answer your question, I'd rather play Waller. Thank you. RZ King sends in a question. Oh, Tyreek Hill. Thank you. Appreciate it. I was going to say, I was like, who are we talking about? You know why? It's because so many people were asking about Taysom today. That's the only Hill that I'm even thinking about because Tyreek's gone. Like, surgery, finished. Okay, Justice Hill, yeah, that's also another option. But yeah, that wouldn't work in this circumstance. RZ King says, in a non-PPR flex, Dobbins or Carter? In a non-PPR, let's see where I have in a standard, it's going to be a little bit different. But as it stands, I have Michael Carter as my number 20 and Dobbins as my number 21.5 PPR. But that's primarily because of the receiving workload that he's going to be exposed to. But still, it's an incredible matchup against the Titans. Technically speaking, let me check something here real quick. Because I don't play in a standard league, so it's a little bit trickier of a potential kind of adjustment without the receiving yardage or the receptions. It's not even the receiving yardage. It's just purely the receptions. Who is the better of the two? I'll still take Michael Carter there. That's fine by me. Thank you. All right. Good to go. Let's see here. We took care of RZ King. Thank you very much. RZ will play Michael Carter there. Bob France sends in a question. Bob, thank you. Says, I need some high upside. Full PPR. DeMercado or Harvey? I would rather just play Harvey there and hope that he gets tossed the ball 10 plus times a day. That's your high upside. DeMercado is very much so going to play the... They're both RB2 But I think Harvey in a negative game script, a little bit of a better option considering the full PPR format. Thank you. Austin sends in a question. Says, Alick still worth a bench stash rest of season? You know, the thing about Alick is that he's so reliant on Cam Ward, who has not been much of anything outside of the games in which they have scored touchdowns together, to which, like, yeah, if you wanted to just drop him, I don't mind it, because I don't ever see him being someone that is going to be like a must start on a top 36 capacity. I don't personally feel that way. I just don't feel confidence there. Richard Aziz says Debo or Kamara. Richard, can you do me a favor? Let me know what your scoring format is, my man. Q Verks says in a half PPR flex Olave, Slayton, or Michael Carter. Let me see where I have Olave in comparison to Carter, and I'll let you know right now. Between those two and a half PPR, I will play Michael Carter as the bunch out of the bunch. Yeah, thank you. Outlive, excuse me. BCG sends in a question. Thank you very much. Outlive. If you can do me a favor, Outlive, and type your question into the live chat, I would appreciate it. Catman sends in his question. Catman says 2 of 3. Bijan, Algier, Cook, Rico, Rashad, Puka, Tet. Okay, 12 team, 1 quarterback. Yep. Okay, so what is your question, Catman? There's the context. What is your exact question that was in this whole kind of message from earlier? Ooh, I do not like that report. Turns out that Bucky Irving's injury, shoulder injury, which he did not report to the team on Tuesday last week, is more of an issue than a sprained foot, per sources. Irving's dealing with a shoulder subluxation. Oh gosh. Subluxation, excuse me. Expected to be on the sideline for at least 2 weeks. Sheesh, if you have Rashad White, congratulations. Okay. Let's see here. Let me get back to... Been listening the entire stream, hoping for an answer. Yeah, Catman, I just don't understand what your question is. You've given me info, but I just don't understand what the question is outright. Like, I'm looking at your messages, okay? So it says, been listening for the entire stream. It says 2 out of 3. Bijan, Algier, Cook, Rico, Rashad, Puka, Nico, Tet, Henry, Loop. And then it says 12 teams, and then that is your roster, squad, Caleb. Okay. So am I telling you what exactly? What is your question? Because unless I have an actual direct question, I don't know what I'm doing to help you out, my man. Once I get that, once I get an understanding as to what you're asking for, more than happy to help. Let's see here. Until then, let me go and see if Richard Aziz told me what his scoring format was. Full PPR. Okay, thank you, Richard. In a full PPR, Kamara versus Debo. Let's see where I have it ranked. I currently have it as Debo Samuel ranked higher. And then you asked Waller or Kelsey. In a full PPR, I believe I have Waller. Nope, it's Kelsey. Kelsey ranked higher in a full PPR. Yeah, so play Debo, play Kelsey. You have Mahomes. You're good to go there, Richard. Thank you. Okay, we took care of that. Outlive. Let's see where your question was originally. Yeah, is it worth dropping Higgins and / or McLaurin to pick up Pittman, Myers, Diggs? Rest of season, half PPR. I have Olave, Waddle. Yeah, if I was in your position, Higgins is off my team. And quite frankly, yeah, Higgins is off my team. I'm picking up Pittman today, and I'm probably playing him. And I honestly, I may even consider well, no, I don't know if I drop McLaurin. I just leave McLaurin on my IR spot if that's available. But yeah, Pittman for Higgins is a solid swap in my mind. Thank you for rest of season value. Denial sends in a question and says, I need a full PPR flex between Harvey, Coleman, Io Manor. I probably just feel most comfortable going with Harvey unless Ridley is out, to which that would potentially upgrade the base value of Io Manor. Alex Songrass sends in a question. Says in a non-PPR, Sutton, Tet, or Myers? In a non-PPR, I would still probably lean towards playing Jacoby Myers today, just off of yardage alone. Thoughts on JD5 today? Should be fine. Somebody was asking Taysom Hill or Ian Thomas. Ian Thomas is not playing. Don't even worry about it. Just play Taysom there if you're really actually considering that, which I don't think you are. Siobhan Walker sends in a question, says, good morning, boss. Pick 4 between Kirk, Ridley, Franklin. I'm going to pick up Kincaid in my flex since I have McBride. Thanks. So I'm looking for other names there, Siobhan. What else did you... Because you said pick 4. Do you mean pick 2 or do you mean pick 3? Like, what's the deal there? Thanks, man. Once you kind of figure that out and let me know, I'd be appreciated. Sin Like Flint sends in a question, says, howdy, Andrew. Worthy or Dowdle in the flex full PPR? Let me see where I have Worthy comparatively to him in a full PPR. As of right now, I do have Xavier Worthy ranked higher than Debo Samuel. Than Rico Dowdle, excuse me. Thank you. Okay, slowly but surely catching up, shall we? Slowly but surely. Okay, just want to go ahead and catch up on one of these questions that I was missing earlier. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay, let's see here. What's the next report here we got this morning? We got 2 more reports. Carson Wentz returned to the game. Beautiful. That's the Toradol shot that we were expecting him to get. We needed that for our Justin Jefferson stock. What's up, Jorge? How's it going? Says T. Higgins or Troy Franklin. Now, that's a tough one. In a full PPR, let me see where I have Troy Franklin this week. Oh, goodness. Okay, so here's the thing. Troy Franklin, do I like him more than T. Higgins? I'm okay with Troy Franklin over T. Higgins just off of pure volume of receptions because T. Higgins has to score a touchdown for him to be more relevant, purely. And considering you're playing in a full PPR, I think the baseline value that you'll get just out of the... Yeah, I think the baseline value you can get out of 5 receptions, 50 yards, it's not like T. Higgins is incapable of it. It's just, it's really tough for him to prove that he is more capable than someone of the Troy Franklin capacity as right now, unless he makes a big play down the sideline for a touchdown, which again, with Browning as of thus far, outside of that Jacksonville game, has not been able to really connect with him. Okay, let's see here. Siobhan says I meant 2. My bad. No, you're good. Just was wondering. Between Kirk, Ridley, and Franklin, I probably just end up benching Kirk and just play Ridley and Franklin, under the assumption that Ridley is even playing this week. I know that he was questionable this entire week, so we'll see. He says, I'm going to pick Kincaid in the flex since, yeah, that works. So Kincaid would play, and then, of course, Franklin will be the next best, and then if, in fact, Ridley is active, I would probably consider playing him in a half PPR and then go Kirk last. So Franklin, Ridley, Kirk. Thank you. Let's see here. Brandon in the chat was saying pick 2, Javonte Williams, Henry, or ETN. Yeah, as of right now on screen, I have Travis Etienne and Javonte as the 2 highest of those kind of 3 options there. Thank you. All right, let's see what this offense is capable of. Offensive pass interference. Oh, no, it's defense. Okay. Come on. Let's go, JJ. Let's go make some plays here. We need some fantasy points. Brandon says, does this guy answer questions? Yeah, I do. I just answered yours. Classic. Let's see here. We had a question from Angel Montero. What's up, Angel? How's it going? Angel says, pick 2 in a full PPR. Dowdle, Walker, Godwin, or Woody Marks. Dowdle, Walker, Godwin, Woody Marks. If I'm picking 2 of these available options, let me see where I have Godwin in comparison to those other running backs in a full PPR format, and I'll just go ahead and let you know. As of right now, I would go with Dowdle and Godwin. Those are my 2 highest ranked of the bunch. Thank you. Siobhan Walker, okay, we took care of that. R sends in a question, says Sutton or JMO. I'll just take Sutton there. Again, JMO requires that big play. If you think it's going to be this week, then so be it. You can go ahead and roll down that path. But as of right now, I just go with Sutton as of right now. I'm also worried about the Quinyon Mitchell matchup, but I would hope that at least he's been able to make a couple plays here and there down the field once, in fact, he's taken on the number 2 cornerback at times. Come on, Carson, let it rip. Okay, Jordan Addison, get upfield. Good catch, let's go. With Bowers out, what are we doing with Jacoby? I mean, if you guys can see from the rankings that are right here, The rankings that are rotating to the right side of the screen are updated as of this morning. Jacoby Myers has flew up my rankings a significant margin because of Brock Bowers being out. So both Tucker and Jacoby Myers are startable wide receivers this week at a top 36 capacity. In fact, at a top 24 capacity to be more specific. Thank you. Okay, let's see here. We had Easy E who says, "You the man. Standard. Pick up Dobbs or Golden off waiver wire. Just pick up Dobbs. Thank you." Lock Screen Gaming sends out a question. Says, "Andrew, someone accidentally dropped Jaden Daniels, so he's now my QB1. So in a full PPR, I've got Daniels, CMC, Hampton, Diggs, Tedero McMillan, Warren, Mason, Myers, Seahawks, waivers. We have Ladd, Rashid, Shaheed, and Shakir. Go Birds." Waivers? You have Ladd McConkey sitting on waivers, or is that your bench? If he's on waivers, you pick up Ladd McConkey immediately, Lock Screen. No questions about it. Immediately make that swap. Drop anybody, doesn't matter. Okay, nice run. Come on, get to the pylon. Good run there from Mason. Now, knowing this offense, we're going to get a play action pass. Somebody else is scoring. It's not going to be Mason. Okay, let's see here. Jorge Perez sends in a question. Jorge, thank you. Says, "Good morning, Andrew. In a full PPR, Taysom Hill is listed as a tight end on ESPN. I read he could be used as QB2. Is it worth starting today?" Yeah, I read that as well, that he's going to be generally the QB2, but that is under the assumption that, again, when they categorize him as QB2, I think it's mainly because of the Wildcat rushing opportunities. I think that's purely what that is. And the backup tight end, please tackle him. Thank you. Goodness, I cannot see the backup tight end score twice today. So as of right now, is he worth the start? No, I don't think he's worth the start if you've got a top 16 tight end. Under the assumption that, again, you are in a super desperate or deep league, sure, you can start him. But as of right now, until I see how they want to truly utilize him within the offense, again, we got to remember, he's coming off of a torn ACL last season. There may be a ramp-up period in terms of overall snap share for him today. So keep that in mind. Jordan Mason touchdown. Beautiful. Okay. Catman says, hi again. I retyped my questions. Did they come through? I do not see your question, brother. The only thing that I see right now, and I'll share it with you on my screen. Let me just go ahead and let me open up my YouTube chat just so I can show you what I mean by this. Okay, so real quick. Catman, these are the only questions that I see from you. This one being from week 4, waiver wire live stream, and then these are the only ones that I see from you as of today. Which is basically saying, yeah, I don't see any of your questions. So something's going on. I'm going to assume there's a word in your question that you're sending in that's auto getting shadow banned or auto moderated. It has to be one of the words in my banned list to where something you were sending in is like auto correcting and getting wiped, in which I don't even see it. So try to restructure the question that you're asking so that I can restructure it, as in like retype it with a different order or copy paste it differently to where maybe it'll adjust accordingly and it won't be such a troublesome issue as of right now. Thank you. Let's see here. Catman toasted. Yeah. I mean, it's not that he's toasted. It's that unfortunately, I think YouTube is kind of like, for some reason, messing with him, which it kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Big Swole, what's up, my man? Says start 1. Henry, Rico, Sutton, Woody, Walker for the flex. At that point, I'm just playing Derrick Henry. Andy sends in a question. Says, am I a crackhead for starting Jaden Blue over Charbonnet? Yeah. You got to play Charbonnet there. Jaden Blue would only ever get himself looks in the event. I mean, again, we know that Miles Sanders is, DNP all week long and is probably not going to be active. But, Miles Sanders gets himself, 4 or 5 touches a game? If he's going to go ahead and score a touchdown with one of those 4 or 5 attempts, then sure, Jaden Blue's a better play, but otherwise, no. Mike sends in a question. Mark Carnival says, Dobbins or for Quentin Johnston? Who wins the trade? I'll take Quentin Johnston there pretty happily. Thank you. Any news on Jawan? I haven't said any, or excuse me, I haven't seen anything. So we'll have to wait and see. Let's see here. Michael Carter, DeMercado, Henderson. Yeah, if we're playing two of those three, I'll just play Hendo and I'll play Carter there. If you wanted to potentially get the entire, it may not be a bad idea, Howard, to just encapsulate the entire Arizona backfield to where there's no leakage, to where there's no potential which you could get a touchdown stolen from one of the options over the other. To which this week I think there's a justifiable kind of decision in just waiting and playing both Cardinals backs there. Would I do it personally? No, because I think Carter's going to get himself the vast majority of looks and opportunities, to which I would suggest just playing Carter and Hendo. Luis Sanchez sends in a question. Luis, thank you very much. I appreciate that, my man. It says flex Trey Tucker, Slayton, or Chase Brown. Let me see where I have Tucker in comparison to Chase Brown. Luis, if you could do me a favor, also type in the live chat what your scoring format is. That'd be appreciated. Thank you. Yeah, scoring format simply is just incredibly valuable for me to know, so I can get an understanding as to what kind of league you play in, and I can tell you where I have them projected at. Am I crazy for starting David Montgomery over Genti or Kamara this week? I don't think it's crazy. No. I think over Genti perhaps maybe a little bit. Kamara, I could see it. I think David Montgomery is going to have himself a ridiculous game today, so I wouldn't put it past him to have himself one of those breakout ones. Okay, we had a question from Jammed Out who says, pick two in a PPR, Wan'Dale Robinson, Woody Marks, or K9. In a full PPR, let me see where I have. I don't think I'm playing Wan'Dale Robinson, but let me just confirm this. Yeah, I would rather just play both those running backs. Give me Woody Marks and Kenneth Walker. They're jammed out. Pitch Herndon sends in a question. Says, benching Sutton plus Montgomery for Woody plus Rico in a PPR. Benching those for those. Interesting. Personally, I would like to play, if I was going to, I'd like to just play Montgomery and Rico there, personally, if I had a choice. In the event, yeah, in which you could, that's the two that I would prefer. Thank you. Q35 sends in a question, says, I need a flex in a half PPR. Egbuka or Rachaad White? Let me see where I have Rachaad White comparatively. I have Egbuka one spot ahead of Rachaad White. They're my number 22 and 23 in a half PPR flex format. Goff or May? I'll take Drake May in a 4-point per passing touchdown league. JMO or Marvin Harrison? I'll just take Marvin Harrison there, Alex. Thank you, sir. Again, for those of you who are joining us this morning, welcome. Good morning. Hope you guys are having a wonderful Sunday. I understand that this game between these Browns and Vikings is not the most entertaining game, but hopefully, if you guys are joining us, this week will treat you well. Hopefully, all of the injuries that have gone ahead and assassinated the majority of our teams has not hit you too difficultly to where it hasn't completely knocked you out of the running of a victory this week. But as of right now, again, do not forget that the rankings that are on screen to the right side are up to date as of this morning. They do not include any players who have already played or who are currently playing. Quinshon Judkins breaks out another big one here. Not really much of a surprise. If they handed him off the ball every down, I swear he would get positive yards every time out. Unless they're stacking the box and blitzing off the edges with everyone, which again, we would hope that if that happens, we get a little bit of play action. But again, Judkins is just, if they hand him the ball for the rest of this drive, he will literally chop them down 5 yards at a time. That's how good he is. This offensive line also low-key really good, despite all the injuries they've even had. Alrighty, let's see here. So we had a question that came in from Young, who says, Young Algae, says full PPR pick 2, BTJ Marks, K9 Diggs. If it's my team, I'm playing both Marks and K9. Thank you, Young Algae. Luis Martinez says, hope all is well. Half PPR, Keenan Allen or Hunter Henry? Let me see where I have them. Half PPR. I have Keenan Allen ranked higher. Thank you. Okay, come on, Judkins. Keep it rolling, baby. Come on. Keep it rolling. Minnesota can't stop the run if they wanted to. Exactly, Murica. Exactly. That's what I've been saying all week. That's all we need. Just get him the ball. Yo, but why do we have to hand it off to Jerome Ford though? But why? That's all I'm wondering. Why do we have to? Let's see here. Brock Bowers is officially inactive. Okay, good to know. We're gonna get all the official designations in just about the next, I would say, 10 to 20 minutes here. So stay tuned as all this information will come down the line really soon here in regards to players who are in and out at an official capacity. Juwan Johnson is officially active. So again, that's a good piece of news there for those of you who have him. How can you be a top 5 run defense with this BS? Who's a top 5 run defense? Minnesota? In what universe? They gave up 200 rushing yards to Atlanta. And then they gave up, 120 last week and 2 tutties to Kenneth Gainwell? Like, there's no such thing as a top. Yeah, they're not. That's a farce at that point. Hello from Germany, says JH. What's up, my man? Says, should I trade Adams and JCM for Pittman and Scadaboo? Yeah, absolutely. I like that trade. Judkins, good reception. Let's go, baby. Come on. Let's go. Keep it rolling. Juan Vaca Ramirez. Juan, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it. Juan says the following. Says full PPR, DeMercado or Krosky Merritt. Let me see where I have them ranked in a full PPR. I'll let you know right now. Between the two of them, I have DeMercado ranked higher. Thank you. I appreciate it. Unless Krosky Merritt was not in a timeshare backfield, unless he wasn't, it's just not worth it. Oof. Get upfield. There you go. Ooh, Njoku's really okay. There's a little bit of energy going on here. I like what I'm seeing. When Njoku is quite literally jumping over 6 foot tall humans, he's really starting to flex. Sheesh. Like I whiffed the hit stick, huh? Okay, let's see here. Xanthius, what's up, my man? Long time no see, Xanthius. Hope you're doing well. It says RJ Chubb, Stevenson, or JCM. Choose one. I'd probably feel most comfortable in a full PPR going RJ Harvey there. Thank you. Come on, push the pile. Let's go. Full PPR Pollard or DeMercado? Joseph, I prefer to play Pollard there. Pick 2 DeMercado, Shaheed, Troy Franklin, or Coleman. In that circumstance, King, I just go Shaheed and Franklin there in a full PPR. Thank you. AAA says, Andrew, you're 10 minutes behind. Lol, am I? That's okay. I mean, there's only so much. Well, the thing is, I'm also on a delay on YouTube, so there's a double delay. It's like my game's on a delay, and then additionally on top of it, my YouTube chat via to, anyway, it doesn't matter. Come on, Judkins, let's get in the end zone, buddy. Come on. Let's see here. What do we have here? Are we worried about Juwan Johnson with the other 2 tight ends coming back? Well, I don't know if Taysom Hill's technically going to be utilized outright as a tight end per se. I think he's more or less going to be just a wildcat contributor. So it's basically just like, does Foster Moreau scare me? To which I would say no. Quincy Jones sends in a question, says Etienne or Keenan Allen? I'll take Etienne there. Thank you. Get upfield. Nice run, man. Judkins on 4th down. That's the second time he's converted today. Well done. Let's go. Ando says in a 6-point per passing touchdown league, my Lamar via trade got Stafford on Friday midnight. Trading Stafford / Woody Marks for Fields and Spears. My other running back are Barkley, Jacobs, Judkins, and Kendre Miller. I mean, do I love the trade? I don't hate it. As long as it's a one quarterback league, I can justify it. I just don't love Fields in a 6 point per passing touchdown league, considering he's not always the most implicated for that stat kind of uptick. He'll never have a 3 passing touchdown game, or if he does, it's incredibly rare. So ultimately, it's not the greatest play in my mind or approach. I'd rather go for someone else other than Fields, but I could justify it. I'm actually curious. When was the last time Justin Fields actually threw for 3 touchdowns in his career? The last time he did it was in 2023. In which it's been a while. Jeez. Last time I did it was 2023 on a Thursday night against Washington. I remember that game. DJ Moore had like 40-something fantasy points, like 200 yards, 3 touchdowns or something like that. It was a crazy game. Anyway, continuing on. Let's see what we have here. Chris Moraga sends in a question. Chris, hope you're doing well. Long time no see, my man. Says, in a flex position, which of these 3, Carter, Io Manor, or Tucker? Let me see where I have Tucker in comparison to to Carter. As of right now, I would go Michael Carter there between the 3. Thank you. Half PPR Ladd or Tet McMillan? I'd rather have Tet. Thank you. Io Manor or Kirk? You ignored me on Njoku. What did you say about Njoku? Where are you, Jimmy? Where's your name? Jimmy says Kirk or Io Manor. You're feeling. Let me see here, Jimmy. 1 second. Kirk. Oh, it says Njoku has been mid. Love you, but Andrew, you killed me with that preseason hype. I mean, look, there's a lot of players that in the preseason just haven't performed well, right? So like, I was hyped about BTJ playing well. Has he played well? No, right? So like, it's gonna happen. Like, don't get me wrong. I was wrong about Njoku. I thought this offense would be far more superior than what they are thus far this season, in terms of with Flacco. Thought that would be significantly better, right? But in regards to, did Njoku just score? In regards to what he has done thus far, I think he just scored, right? Well, maybe Njoku's all the way back, Jimmy. Maybe he's all the way back. Anyway, that's funny. Perfect timing, kind of. I'm dead. That's such perfect timing. Xavier says, sign up on Patreon. When do I get a Discord link? Shoot me over your Discord username, and then I'll send you over a friend request, and then I can add you to the Discord. If you've already sent me a Discord, if I've already sent you a username, a friend request, and you've already accepted me, just send me a message saying, hey, shoot me an invite to the server, and I'll send one over. Thank you. Okay, let's see here. We had a question that came in from Your Majesty. Says, yo, Andrew, Bucky is out. Brashard Smith or Spears? Yeah, I'd much rather play Spears. Unless Brashard Smith has magically forced Pacheco or Kareem Hunt to disappear, I would say that it's probably incredibly unlikely that Brashard Smith gets as many touches as Spears will be able to potentially get exposed to. So Spears would be the preferred in a negative game script. So yeah, that's the direction I'd go in. If you want, I can also simulate if you pick 2 of these, which 2 gives the best combined floor ceiling. So you know the best duo. Want me to run? I don't even know what that means, brother. Okay. Constantino, what's up, my man? Says, my boy, tough week in a PPR. Keenan, Olave, Kenneth, or Woody. As of those available in a full PPR, I feel best with Olave in that circumstance. Jimmy sends in a question. What's up, Jimmy? Says, haha, Andrew, incredible. It's crazy timing, dude. It's crazy timing, I swear. It's actually ridiculous how that happens. Well, hey, listen. Njoku scored. Fannin scored. Pretty much all it took was Joe Flacco being benched, which, again, I think is promising. Again, I don't like that Njoku and Fannin scored. I'd much rather I see Judkins fall into the end zone. that would be the preferred outcome of these games. But, this is what happens. Do I flex Kendre Miller or Mason Taylor? Yeah, I'd feel less comfortable with Kendre Miller with Taysom Hill back, so I'd probably just lean towards Mason Taylor. Speaking of, let me see. What is the current situation with, let's see here, actives and inactives today? I'm just curious as to what's the deal here in terms of some of these other alternatives. Tyrone Tracy's inactive. Ronnie Stanley's inactive. Miles Sanders inactive. Foster Moreau is active. Okay. Any information on Taysom Hill? That's really what I would like to know as of this moment, but I can check that in just a second here. Okay. Yeah, Bauer's out. Yeah, for sure. That we already knew. That's why I don't have him ranked on screen. So that way we can at least kind of adjust for that. So let's see, where are we at here? Let me just catch up in terms of this. We're good to go there. Beautiful. Okay. All right. Let's see some of these other questions. Ira sends in a question. Thank you, Ira. Says Harrison Jr. for the Cardinals or Jameson Williams? I'd rather play Harrison Jr. Thank you. Daryl says start Isaiah Davis or Jaden Blue. That's a really good question. Honestly, as it currently stands, I have Jaden Blue ranked higher, so that's the direction I'd go in. Thank you. All right. Let's see. It says, how do I get the rankings when I sign up for Betr? Okay, so this is the way that would work. Okay. So I've mentioned this before, and I'll try to reiterate how the process works. So if you sign up using the code Andrew, and then you make that first time deposit minimum of $10, all you have to do after that will be making a first time play within a real cash play. It lets you pick between the free, because you get a free $10 when you sign up. So you have free, and then you have the deposited money. As long as you use $1 of your deposited, you'll then from that point forward be on my email list, and then I will send you an email every single Sunday morning that it consists of the rankings at all positions, half PPR, full PPR, all encompassing. Now, in regards to doing that today, this is something that would probably be better handled for the rest of season, because I won't be able to send out another email as of today, because the update for the email list won't be made until probably, I would say, noon or 10 a.m. at the earliest. So this will be something of the future. Otherwise, Patreon is available, which you can get those rankings now. Thank you. Mason is injured. Yeah, I'm not even watching the game, guys, anymore. I mean, at this point, I've gotten so bored with watching this game. The fact that Minnesota is just such a non-competitive football team, it's just lost. Yeah, I'm lost on this situation. All right, let's see here. Octman sends in a question. Says DeMercado or Slayton in a full PPR? I need upside. Yeah, I'd rather just have Slayton there for the upside purposes. Do you think Kamara gets traded with that contract? No, that contract is a little too expensive for me to think that he gets traded, unless somebody has enough cap room to be able to just eat the contract and keep it moving. I mean, they could force New Orleans to pay majority of it, because considering New Orleans is going in the wrong direction here, they could just force them to eat it, or at least this year. But the future of these, I wonder if there's an opt-out. Let's see, Alvin Kamara. There must be an opt-out here probably after this season. Yeah, well, no, there isn't an opt-out. He's pretty much just, he has a potential void clause in 2027 and beyond. So he'll be under contract for the next 2 years, but he's still worth it even at 31. Catman says, sorry for the spam, your chat. YouTube chat must be shadow banning my messages because it doesn't like the trade proposal. Yeah, I don't know what it is. This is the first message that I've seen from you, Catman, since we had the previous conversation. So it says, okay, now I see your question, though. It says, I got offered Gibbs for either Caleb/Nico or Caleb/Tet/Harvey. Thank you for your time. Okay, Catman. So you got offered. Okay, so let me look at your question here. Okay, I have an understanding. Considering you're playing in a league where you have Purdy and Daniel Jones, giving up Caleb I don't have an issue with. So it's really just a matter of whether I'd give up Tet and Harvey or Nico, to which I would rather, in my mind, give up the Tet Harvey side. Genuinely, based on how your team's currently constructed, I'd rather keep Nico Collins there. Thank you. Jorge Perez sends in a question. Jorge, thank you. Let's see here. Full PPR. I'm thinking of going double tight end this week since I don't really have any other weapons. Ertz is my tight end one and Kincaid is my flex. I have Gordon, Thornton, or Coker. I don't think Coker only just recently got activated to the practice window, so I don't expect him to actually be rolling this week. So I would be perfectly happy going with Ertz and Kincaid there. Okay, official, as of 10 minutes ago from the New Orleans Saints, Taysom Hill and Foster Moreau are both active. Again, I think Taysom Hill, he can either put up 2 points or he could put 12 points or he could put 22 points. There are incredible volumes of scale in regards to what the potential is for him. As to which one he's able to potentially expand upon, just depends on the role in which kind of Kellen Moore has built him out on. So we'll see. Brock Bowers, yeah. That was established pretty much last night. Should I trade Kamara or hold in a full PPR? I mean, I would like to hold until he puts together a solid performance, specifically today. They're taking on the Giants, which is the second best matchup at the running back position. So I'd lean towards probably holding. And then if he has a big week here, you can ship him off next in the case in which you still feel confident regarding selling him. Let's see here. B Moore says, are we dropping Mixon? I mean, if you're leaving him in your IR spot and you can afford to leave him there, then fine. But if you need the IR space because you're forced to kind of have to move a player there in order to pick someone up and help them start for you, then yes. Hi from South Africa says in a half PPR, JCM or Malik Washington. In a half PPR, I'd probably just go JCM there. If it was a full, I would go Malik. Frosty says, any concerns with Dak and Dallas's offense with their offensive line injuries? No, I'm not too concerned about it. I don't think the pass rush from the New York Jets is going to be too much to handle. Alex Fortin sends in a question. Says, thoughts on Carter after the quote-unquote hot hand report? We'll see. I mean, ultimately, I think the hot hand report is kind of always a little bit BS. I understand that what they're trying to say is like, oh, everyone's going to get a shot here. But he is going to be the one that gets the first opportunities. And even in the event of a potential hot hand situation, considering they're playing against Tennessee, they're going to run the ball pretty high volume of times today. Let's see here. Andrew, what was the answer before? We spoke about Njoku, Kirk, or Iro Manor. As of right now, it depends on Ridley's status. Let me see. When do the Titans play? They play at 1:05 p.m. PST. So considering we don't know Ridley's status until the afternoon slate, and your alternative option is Christian Kirk, who also is currently playing in the morning window, you would just have to probably settle with playing Christian Kirk there because I just don't want to, that's kind of the direction I go in. Because I wouldn't feel comfortable playing Io Manor unless Ridley was out. So I just go with Kirk in this circumstance. Owen says, Bam, I'm not getting any touches unless it's a blowout. Who's Bam? What, Bam Knight? Yeah, Bam's definitely not touching the ball. Joseph Mai says, should I start Sean Tucker or Kendre Miller in a half PPR? I'd prefer to, again, really quickly, just so we're all on the same page. The rankings that are right here, guys, on the right side of the screen that are filtering, that are literally just been moving for the last 2 hours and 50 minutes, they are up to date as of this morning. So again, if you guys have any questions in regards to my interpositional rankings that are updated at all the primary positions, that'll hopefully help kind of lead you in the right direction. In the case of Kendre Miller versus Sean Tucker this morning, in a half PPR scoring format, I have it as Kendre Miller ranked ahead of Sean Tucker. So that's the direction I go in. Thank you. Taysom Hill is in. Yeah. Look, again, I would rather play Zach Ertz. Like right there, it's from Intuit Reviews, I'd much rather play Zach Ertz. Again, I would have to be in a super desperate situation to be playing Taysom today, guys. On the first game back, I don't feel incredibly confident in that. Hi from South Africa. Yeah, play JCM there, buddy. Drop Jawan Johnson for Taysom Hill. I'm not going as far as that, no. Listen, guys, I love him, but ultimately, we all know the risk that's implied with Taysom. Taysom Hill is the Jameson Williams of the tight end position, right? He can either score you 20 or he'll score you 2. And that's basically it. I don't think there's really much of any sort of middle ground on it. Wow, Judkins is just, sheesh. the jump cuts are just so ridiculous from this guy. Anyway, Charbonnet or Mark Andrews in a PPR? That's a really good question. I think I have Mark Andrews ranked higher, but let me check real quick. Andrews or Sharbs? Nope, I have Charbonnet higher. Thank you. Ridley or Shaheed? I'd rather play Shaheed there. Devontae Smith, Michael Carter, or Darius Slayton? I'd rather play Michael Carter there. Josh Young. Thank you. Rashad White or Dowdle in a PPR? I'd rather play Rashad White. Thank you. Shaheed or Taysom Hill in the flex? Sheesh. Okay, let's say it's a half PPR. I think it's probably... I think regardless of scoring format, it's probably just safer to just play Rashid Shaheed. But if you're just really, really like ready to risk it all, you could go Taysom. But again, if it's me, I'm playing Shaheed. There's no way I'm putting him in my lineup, Taysom, right now. So Taysom Hill is last in your tight end rankings. As of right now, of my top 25, he's number 25. Okay, he's there because I knew he was going to be active today. But am I confident enough to where I want to start him over any of these other guys? No, I do not. I'd legitimately rather play Evan Ingram, Chigozimo Okonkwo, Theo Johnson, Tommy Tremble. I would rather. I want to wait and see what his usage is going to look like before I'm committing to throwing him into my lineup and risking what kind of potential disaster could occur, theoretically speaking. All right, let me get back to some of these other questions via the Super Chats. Appreciate you guys sending those in. We had a question from AJ who says, would you flex Charbonnet or Taysom Hill? I'd rather have Charbonnet in my lineup. Thank you. Velez408 says, start 1, flex 2, Devontae, McMillan, Io Manor, and Kirk. Okay, McMillan number 1, Devontae Smith number 2, Kirk number 3. Thank you. Michael Ortiz says, in a half PPR, I have Josh Allen. Do I flex Shakir or Chase Brown? In a half PPR, I would prefer Chase Brown. Thank you. To the Max says, in a full PPR, stash Malik Washington or Kendre Miller. Stash-wise in a full PPR, look, here's the thing about Malik Washington and his usage. I don't think his role is going to change. I think he's going to I think his role is going to stay almost identical to what it was, to which I don't think we should look to him as getting more of a workload share of opportunity, because if Waddle is going to inhabit the entire Tyreek Hill role, and then the other outside receiver who is pretty much going to take over Waddle's role is going to be Nick Westbrook-Ikine, that leaves Malik Washington in limbo still. So I think stash-wise, I'm going Kendre. As for your second question, pick one between Ladd, Chase, and Woody Marks. If that's Chase, as in Jamar Chase, he's in my lineup. If it's Chase Brown, I'd probably, in this point in a full PPR, I'd go with either Chase, to be honest. Well, let me see. Where do I have Chase in comparison to Woody? In the event in which that's Chase Brown, I'll just play Woody Marks there. In the case of which Jamar Chase, give me Jamar Chase to the max. Thank you. Jorge Perez had a follow-up question. Thank you, Jorge. I appreciate that, my man. Let me go ahead and see what your question was. It says, in a full PPR, I have the Broncos defense. Should I start them or drop Thornton in order to pick up the Bills or the Chiefs that are available? Technically, I do like those defenses more in comparison. Let me look at the upcoming schedule for the Broncos. Yeah, so we want to keep the Broncos without a doubt. So we're not dropping them. I'm willing to drop Thornton. And I'm absolutely willing to probably pick up the Chiefs and play them this week. I'll be pretty happy with that. Thank you. All right, continuing on, we had a question that came in from Skills All Day. Skills, what's up, my man? Long time no see. Hope you're doing well. Says, good morning, Andrew. Rico Dowdle or RJ Harvey? Rico Dowdle, no doubt about it. Thank you. Sergio Rios says, Jamar Johnston or Scadaboo start 2. Oh man, I don't like the way that this is going. Technically I have Johnston and Scat ranked higher. So do with that what you will. I would suggest playing Johnston and Scat over Jamar, which is, I'm physically ill just saying it. Anthony Jones says, in a full PPR, pick 2, Dowdle, Sutton, Keenan, Scat. Give me both running backs. Give me Dowdle and give me Scat. Thank you, Anthony. I appreciate it. Adrian Sanchez sends in a question. Adrian, thank you. Let me see how this game's going, by the way. Let's see what the heck's going on. Carson Wentz handing it off. The running back fumbles, and Cleveland's defense is just all over it. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. Anthony Jones, we took care of your question. Adrian Sanchez says start one, Jaden Daniels or Drake May. I'll take Jaden Daniels there. Again, I don't think there's a wrong answer between the two. They're both great, but I do prefer Jaden Daniels. As for your next question, says flex Woody or Pittman. I'd rather play Pittman, regardless of scoring format. It says both are full PPR. Yeah, okay, Pittman even more of a double down there. Thank you. John sends in a question. Says big fan, Andrew. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, John. Says in a half PPR, start one running back, one wide receiver, and one flex between Scat, White, Godwin, Waddle, and Tat. Okay. Of the available options, I would play both running backs and Waddle in a half PPR scoring format. So Scat, White, Waddle. Those are the three that I would roll with. John, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, slowly but surely catching up. Appreciate y'all being very patient with me in terms of answering those super chat questions. Do appreciate that. We've taken care of that. We have Low 8 Man who sends in a question. It says Waller, Charbonnet, Wandell Robinson, Troy Franklin. Start one in the flex in a full PPR. Let me see where I have Waller in comparison to the bunch in a full PPR, and I'll let you know. Oop, that's not what I wanted to do. As it currently stands, of the available names you've mentioned, I could justify going Waller there. I do technically have Wandell Robinson ranked the highest, though, because of the full PPR format. So I'd suggest going Wandell Robinson there. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Okay, let's see here. Took care of that. What's going on with the game? Still on commercial? No problem. All right, K-Man, I see your question. Let's see if I can help you out here, my man. Trade didn't go through. We double dipping K9 Charbonnet or playing Lad. Let me see where my current rankings sit with that. Because I like the idea of a double dip. Anytime you have Kenneth Walker and Charbonnet on the same team and you have the potential of maybe playing them both and it is a justifiable kind of middle ground, I don't mind it, but in the case of your situation, I could, but I have Lad over Sharps. Could though, because you have both. All right, if that makes any sense. Hopefully you're listening, Kyle. Appreciate it. Okay. Let's see here. Continuing on with some of these super chat questions that were just sent in. We had one from Matthew Rosado who says Krosky Merritt or Shaheed in a half PPR. Let me see where I have Shaheed comparatively, and I'll let you know right now. Let's go Jacory. As of right now, I have Shaheed ranked higher in a half PPR. So I'd go with suggesting Rashid Shaheed there, Matthew. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. So the Browns as a football team looking a lot better today. It's more telling that, the Vikings just aren't looking good at all in any scenario. We dropping Devontae Smith? No, I wouldn't do that. I need Judkins to score. Yeah, I need Judkins to score myself. Let's just hope that he's given the opportunity to kill the clock here in the next coming minutes. Okay, let's see here. We had a couple questions sent in. We have Landon Ramirez to begin. Landon, thank you very much. I appreciate that, my man, as always. Hope you're doing well. Landon says, in a full PPR, wide receiver and flex between Io Manor, Malik Washington, Chase Brown, Juwan Johnson, Charbonnet, Demercado. Horrible week. Got Shaheed in, or should I go and get a waiver? At this point, of the available options you have, if you can start Shaheed at wide receiver and then follow it up with Chase Brown as your flex, I think that's the correct decision. Landon, thank you. Wing sends in a question. Says, drop Kendre Miller for Taysom Hill or another tight end. Kamara owner, but tight end out on a bye. Projected to win without a tight end. Can also let it ride and YOLO. If I was you, I would pick up Taysom Hill and throw him in there in case any of the rushing touchdowns get going to by him on the goal line, because that's what Taysom Hill does best. And if you have Kamara, it's pretty much just ensuring your position. Let's see here. Poner sends in a question. Says start Rashad White or Kenneth Walker. I would prefer to play Rashad White there. Thank you. Mike Chambers sends in a question. Mike, thank you. Says Waddle, White, or Dowdle, half PPR. I believe I have White ranked the highest. Let me just confirm this. Yes, I have them ranked White number 1, Rico Dowdle number 2, Waddle number 3. Thank you. Bowers is out in a full PPR. Do I pick up Strange, Juwan Johnson, or Mark Andrews? In a full PPR, let me see. Considering we have the confirmation that all those other tight ends are active, I think it could go either way. Juwan Johnson is a little bit sketchier. I don't know if he's like unplayable anymore. I think he's still a viable option in this circumstance. But as of right now, I'd probably just play Juwan Johnson there. If you wanted to pick up Strange and play him, that's fine. I just don't love the matchup, specifically up against Kansas City, of course. Gabriel sacked 4th down already? Yeah. Listen, brother, I'm already on the delay, so it is what it is. We'll see what happens with this game. All Gabriel has to do is not turn over the ball, and they'll win, genuinely, because their defense is good enough and their pass rush is good enough to be able to kind of force everything. Why Ertz over Goddard? I have both. Yeah, the primary reason that I came to this conclusion is based on the projection. Okay, so first and foremost, when the week started, there was a question as to whether or not Terry McLaurin was going to play. So that in itself already kind of like shifted more opportunity share for the remainder of the wide receivers. And then based on the overall total of this game implicated in terms of points, the higher the game goes, based on what specifically Jaden Daniels has done off of projections alone, whenever the games become higher scoring, it typically is because he has a higher passing attempt total. Whenever you have a passing attempt total that's higher, more contribution in terms of targets. Everybody has more targets, which means their projections go higher, which in the case of Zach Ertz in this circumstance, considering his contributions with Jaden Daniels over the course of the last 12 games have been at such a high level, 9 touchdowns in those last 12 games total. I mean, that is enough to where I'm convinced that Zach Ertz, with him returning, with probably an average of, at least thus far this season, about 6.5 targets per game with one another, probably leaning more towards 7 or 8 this game, considering the matchup's probably going to be a negative script. I think it's a really solid kind of position there. Why Quentin Johnston so high? I mean, he's playing at an all-time, like, he is playing better than the vast majority of receivers, but more than anything, his opportunity share is at an incredibly high level, and they're taking on Washington, which is a top 10 wide receiver matchup. Like, Quentin Johnston's not going anywhere. His opportunity share within this offense, like, even though we could see more usage from Ladd McConkey, ultimately that's going to dig into the overall Keenan Allen workload. The number one alpha of that offense is Quentin Johnston, and there's no question about it in my mind. Okay, where are we at here? Fields or Dak in a 6-point per passing touchdown league. Even in that format, I'd still take Fields, but I could justify as to why I would go with Dak. But for right now, I'd still go Fields there because I think there's that much of a gap. Okay, we had Chris M4 sending a question. Chris, long time no see. I hope you're doing well, my man. Thank you very much for the generous super chat. Says, I need to drop a player to pick up a tight end due to Kraft being on bye. In a PPR 10-team 2-2 league, my team is Kyler, Nix, Jacobs, Kamara, Chase Brown, Woody Marks, Charbonnet, Harvey, Lamb, Worthy, Debo, Jamo, Rice. Trying to get Ertz. If you were going to drop a player, it would have to be Bo Nix, genuinely. Nobody else is worth a drop in this circumstance. I guess technically you could justify dropping Jamison Williams there, but outside of that, I don't think anybody else is technically droppable, to which I would probably just sacrifice Nix to be able to accomplish this. I just want to make sure that next week the Cardinals don't have a bye week. Let's hear NFL Week 6. Because if they do have a bye week, I'd feel a little bit bad telling you to drop Nix, and then all of a sudden you don't have a quarterback next week. So let me just confirm. So next week the bye weeks are the Vikings and the Texans, and then the week after that it would be the Ravens and the Bills. Yeah, so you're fine. I think Nix is probably the sacrificial lamb in this circumstance. Thank you. Rockout sends in a question, says, Juwan Johnson or Harvey PPR? Let me see where I have Harvey comparatively, and I will let you know right now. Harvey. As of right now, I have RJ Harvey ranked higher. Thank you. Appreciate it, my man. Okay, Jordy Peasy, what's up? Says, with Surtain on AJ, don't you think Devontae has a better output than Khalil? I want to hope that's the case. The fact of the matter is, I think there's always the potential likelihood that they come out and they just run the ball the whole game and they play defense and they play incredible special teams, and that just carries the week and everybody suffers. This is the thing. If Vic Fangio, sorry, not Vic Fangio, that's the former head coach of the, that's funny. Anyway, didn't mean Vic Fangio. If the defensive coordinator for the Denver Broncos, I'm fully aware that Vic Fangio is the defensive coordinator of the Eagles now. If the DC of the Denver Broncos doesn't come out and double cover A.J. Brown the entire game, and make him crash out on the sideline, they're not doing their jobs the right way. Now, do you have to double cover him? No. Oh my God, JJ, go. This being said, I really do believe, without a doubt in my mind, AJ is going to get a lot of designed plays to get himself open. They're going to ensure he gets the touches. To which, are they going to feed, Devontae Smith? I mean, when we talk about Devontae Smith versus the number 2 cornerback of the Denver Broncos, Riley Moss, Devontae Smith would cook him. So there's a chance, but they have to throw the ball 30 times a day. Are they going to do that? I mean, they're probably going to throw it 25 times, which scares the crap out of me. So that's what kind of scares me with that overall kind of projection. Okay, where are we at here? I'm trying to catch up slowly but surely. Got to catch up. Any reasons why Jackson Dart is above Baker? Yeah. Rushing upside. Purely. That's it. Rashad White or Henry in a full PPR? If I'm not mistaken, I still have Henry ranked higher. Let me confirm this. Rashad White or Derrick Henry? I still have Derrick Henry ranked higher. Yes. Thank you. Goff or Jones? Okay, again, quick reminder for those of you who are joining us this morning, welcome, good morning. I hope you guys are having a wonderful Sunday, and hopefully the remainder of your Sunday will be just as wonderful as it has begun. Again, the rankings are to the right side of the screen here, are updated as of this morning, and they do not include any players who are currently playing or who have played already thus far this week. Therefore, these are updated rankings in the regards of Goff versus potentially Indiana Jones. I have Daniel Jones as my number 8, Goff as my number 12. My number 11. This is for a 4-point per passing touchdown league and for all alternative positions, specifically tight end, running back, wide receiver. These are for half PPR scoring formats, meeting everyone in the middle. I appreciate you. Hopefully these rankings can help. And if you do, of course, appreciate the rankings that are on screen and all the filtering information that I try to go ahead and share with you guys on a weekly basis. And of course, over the course of these kind of live streams, do me a favor and click the like button down below. Again, I know it takes 2 seconds and you may think to yourself, what is one like going to make a difference? Trust me, in the grand scheme, it continues to help us get closer to achieving goals on this channel that I cannot thank you guys enough for supporting to help those come to fruition. Okay, Reichard, what the... Yo, what is that? What was that kick? It came off his foot and then it hooked. I mean, the trajectory of the ball was perfect until like the very last second, and then it just veered. That is interesting. Okay. Anyway, continuing on, let's see if I can answer some more of these questions. We had a question from Troy Anderson. Troy, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it. Says Kendre, Tolbert, Taysom, Coker, and Spears are available on the waivers. I have Pacheco and Malik Washington on my bench. Who do I drop and keep for rest of season? Okay, I mean, look, the thing is, Taysom would only ever be picked up in the event in which you are in need of a tight end, because you would never play him as your flex. You would play him as your tight end. So if you wanted to pick him up in the exchange of Malik Washington, I don't have an issue with that. I would keep Pacheco there unless I was dropping for Spears, to which, I don't even feel comfortable potentially doing that in this circumstance. So for right now, unless you want another tight end because the one that you have on roster is not consistent, that's the only time I would potentially swap that. Otherwise, Coker could still potentially be picked up and put on your IR spot. No? Let me see here. Is there any news regarding Coker's status? I know that he opened up to the 21 practice day window. Yeah, he's still on the technical IR, so you could pick him up and put him on your IR stash as of right now. Thank you, Troy. Appreciate it. Stoney and Bear sends in a question. Says, pick 2 in a full PPR between Jawan, Slayton, Spears, and McConkey. McConkey and Slayton would get my start. Stoney, thank you. Appreciate it. Dan Seck sends in a question. Dan, thank you. Says Tory Horton, not Troy. Dyslexia kicking in there. Pick up the Chiefs defense. Franklin or Zay. I'd rather play Zay Flowers. As for dropping Tory Horton to pick up the Chiefs defense, that's okay under the assumption that, again, you need a defense this week and that's the best available drop you have. So why not? Okay, let's see where this game's going. Still on commercial. Fantastic. Trevor Melville sends in a follow-up. Says, full PPR, not sure who to go, Goff or Bo. Yeah, I prefer Goff there. Let me tell you exactly why. As of right now, the Detroit Lions are 10.5-point favorites on the road. A couple times last season in which they were incredible favorites at this kind of a capacity. if I'm not mistaken. Let's see here. Yeah, last season, if you guys remember, the games in which they were favorites at this kind of a number, they took on Tennessee and they took on Jacksonville. Both those teams had their backup quarterbacks in Mac Jones and, if I'm not mistaken, it was Mason Rudolph. So in those games, it was an absolute dog walking of a 52-6 victory and a 52-14 victory. I think there's a chance we might get one of those kind of games here today. I legitimately think it's possible. I mean, they dog walked Dallas last year 47-9. Like, already thus far over the course of the last 3 games, they have put up as an offense 52, 38, 34. Like, they're going to put up a huge number. Now, again, the only issue with Jared Goff is you never know if it's going to be a passing or a rushing touchdown when you have Demo and you have Gibbs back there. But I think if you're going to go for a 30-plus point game, 2 touchdowns is base minimum. 3 touchdowns is more likely the case for today. That's why I'm kind of leaning towards Jared Goff. Thank you. But if you wanted to play Bo, if you thought the rushing upside was going to click on him, then I think that's probably a justifiable kind of play. Naheem sends in a question. Says, in a 12-team full PPR, choose one for the flex. We have Ladd, Chase Brown, Travion Henderson, Diggs, projected to win by 10. If I'm playing one flex out of the available in a full PPR, let me see where I have Diggs comparatively to the bunch. So as of right now, as it currently stands, of those available options, my highest ranked is Chase Brown, then it's Ladd McConkey, then it's Stephon Diggs, then it is Travion Henderson. That's the order. Thank you. Jordy Peasy says, pick 2, Harvey, Shakir, Devontae, Wandell, or Franklin. Jordy, what's your scoring format again, my man? Let me see if I can see it in the live chat. Maybe you mentioned it earlier. No, you didn't mention it. Do me a favor and let me know what your scoring format is. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Hakeem sends in a question. Says, in a half PPR, do I start Nix or Baker today? I mean, between the two of them, I think, again, they're both really good plays. Do I have a preference? Yes, I prefer Bo Nix based on rushing upside. Thank you. Okay. Let's get back to the game. Let me see if there's anything going on in terms of an interest point. Field goal was shanked. They're trying to run out the clock to the best of their ability. Jordy says half PPR. Okay, Jordy. Of the available, let me see where I have. Okay, so we're looking for Harvey in comparison to the wide receivers. Because right now I'm thinking Wandell Robinson and Shakir are probably the 2 that I go with. But let me see where I have Harvey in comparison, and we'll let you know right now. Yeah, as of right now, I have Shakir and Wandell Robinson as my 2 highest ranked of the available that you have there, Jordy. Thanks, man. I appreciate it again. Waller or Kincaid today, says Logan. Logan, I think Kincaid has kind of proven, based on the fact that he has scored a touchdown in 3 of the last 4 games, that he is like the solidified red zone threat. Waller has himself the opportunity to kind of reestablish himself as that for this team going forward. I think both of them have solid matchups. I think both of them could be in positions to score. Maybe there's a conversation to be had regarding the upside of Waller. I just don't know if his expansion of opportunity is going to lead to far more significant snap count, or if it's just going to be very much so the same of what we saw last week. So for now, I'll just stick towards Kincaid because I have a better picture in my mind as to what the kind of overall opportunity he'll be exposed to. Let's see here. Judkins doing another big run. We love to see it. Love it. But could we get a nice 40-yard run to the house, though? Like, I mean, that's all we're needing. Thank you. Skills All Day says, Tua, Young, Darnold. Full PPR. Appreciate you. Of those available options, I have Darnold ranked the highest. Thank you, Skills. Appreciate it. Uno in the chat was saying Rico or Derrick Henry in a full PPR. I feel really comfortable still playing Derrick Henry there. Both are ranked higher, as you can see on screen, but as of right now, I don't know if it'll be an easier day for Rico. I just think that the Baltimore Ravens will get back to running the ball at a pretty extensive rate. If you wanted to play Rico just off of receiving yards and receptions alone, I wouldn't say no. Like, where I currently have Derrick Henry in a full PPR, I have him as my number 13 and Rico's my number 16. I mean, I still have Derrick Henry ahead, but still not enough to where it's like he's totally comfortable there. Hank Hennig sends in a question. Hank, thank you very much as always, my good sir. Says PPR flex JCM, Io Manor, Spears, or Downs. Okay, so of the available in a full PPR, I'm looking pretty much at Spears or Downs as like the 1-2 combo there, considering the full PPR format. I'm thinking it might be a Josh Downs play this week, but let me just confirm what I'm doing here. So Isle Manor is there. Josh Downs I have ahead of him. And then I have JCM behind them. But yeah, so right now, if I'm playing 2... Okay, if I'm playing 1, it's Josh Downs. Isle Manor second. Spears third, JCM fourth. In the event in which Ridley is out today, Isle Manor becomes a better play. But if I'm not mistaken, in regards to NFL Week 5, the Colts play right now. So I would just play Josh Downs in that circumstance this week. Alec Pierce is out, should potentially provide some good upside. It says also, would you prefer the Steelers or Broncos defense next week? Let me look at the schedule and I'll tell you right now. So, seeing as to the schedule consists of the Pittsburgh Steelers taking on the Browns, or the alternative would be the Denver Broncos taking on the Jets. Wow. Thursday night short. No, that's a Sunday game at 6. Oh, it's overseas. Oof, I don't like that at all. Yeah, genuinely, if I had to prefer to pick one over the other, that's a really good question. I kind of want to take Pittsburgh there, genuinely. I think Pittsburgh might actually be the better play because of the Dylan Gabriel matchup. I think Justin Fields is just a garbage time merchant. So I'd probably just go with the Pittsburgh defense there. I could change my mind by the time we get there, but that's where I'll go for now. Thank you. Casey sends in a follow-up question. Says, play both Seattle running backs in the flex or Olave or Tet. Let me try to go see where your question was earlier, Casey, so I know what your scoring format was. You were in a full PPR. Yeah, look, I think there's a conversation to be had in terms of encapsulating the entire backfield of Seattle to where there's value to be had, to where you're not like getting any leakage. So if Charbonnet does come in and steal a rushing touchdown, it doesn't hurt you so drastically. But I think benching Olave would be a mistake. I think he's just too valuable this week. So I'd feel really comfortable playing Olave there alongside of Kenneth Walker. Thank you. Okay, we'll continue on. We have a question. Where are we at? Where are we at? Good to go there. Stoney was saying someone dropped Aaron Jones in my league. Should I snag him? My running back? Yeah, I would. Absolutely. If you have an open IR spot, I think that's a great opportunity to do that. Somebody asked Ramondre or Trey Tucker in a half PPR. Honestly, I'd rather just play Trey Tucker there. Like, legit. I think it's just safer at that point. Okay, let me see here. What does the score look like? Does Jordan Addison have a single reception today? He has 2 catches for 20. Can we get a touchdown with that, please and thank you? Carson Wentz, we would greatly appreciate your contributions to our fantasy teams here. Shakir or Rashad White? Rashad White, 100%. Waller or Goddard? Who do I flex as well? Who to flex as well? Henderson. Interesting. Okay, let's see here. What do I have Goddard and Waller in comparison to Hendo? Depends on scoring format. If we're talking about a full PPR, I probably end up playing both the tight ends. Thank you. Okay, Addison, you gonna make the catch? Baby. Well done. Keep it rolling. Keep it rolling. Half PPR Pollard or Diggs? Ooh, that's a really good question. With Tyjae Spears back, let's see where I have Diggs comparatively. As of right now, I have Tony Pollard 2 spots ahead of Stephon Diggs in a half PPR. Thank you. Ando, I hear you, brother. I hear you. It says Kendre or Blue Kendre or Isaiah Davis. I would rather play Kendre Miller there. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. We had a question from Science on the right who says, from one Andrew to another, pick one in a full PPR flex. Woody Marks, Malik Washington, or Trey Tucker? Give me Woody Marks there. Thank you. Appreciate it. Waddle, Henry, or Diggs in a PPR flex? I honestly, let me see where I have Waddle comparatively to Henry. So I have, let's see, Waddle. I have Derrick Henry still ranked higher. Thank you. Waddle's close, but not enough. Chase Brown or Demercado? Angel, I'd rather just play Chase Brown there. Howard says in the full PPR, need a second flex between Carter, Demercado, and Henderson. In a full PPR, I would rather just play Michael Carter and Henderson. Thank you. Let's see here. Super says, I think Bowers is out. That is correct. Trey Tucker over Keenan Allen or Tedero McMillan in a full PPR. Thanks. I don't think I would go that far. I think Trey Tucker, where I currently have him ranked on screen in comparison to the other wide receivers, I think is very justifiable. I think anything beyond that is a little bit too... I think that's giving him a little bit too much credit in comparison to what he is capable of in my mind. So I would feel more at ease in terms of just playing the alternatives you have there, which in this case is Tedero McMillan or Keenan Allen. Thank you. Okay. Caught up ever so quickly. We're good to go there. Let's see how this game is going. 5 minutes left. Carson Wentz trying to put together a game-winning drive. Can we find Jordan Addison on the top side of the screen? Nothing. We're throwing a tight end screen for a disaster. Setting you STR8 sends in a question. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Says, I'm desperate. In a half PPR, Tucker or IR Manor? I'd 100% play Tucker. I'd actually be very comfortable playing Tucker this week. Again, I have him now ranked as my number, let's see, in a half PPR scoring format. Of the available options that are on screen, let me see where it's at. Trey Tucker's my number 26. So, again, I feel very comfortable playing him today. So, don't even feel like you're desperate. I think that's a great play. Says, money full PPR, Egbuka or Woody Marks? I mean, I'd rather just play Egbuka there in a full PPR. Thank you. Egbuka or Javonte Williams in a non-PPR? Zach, I'd just play Javonte there. Rashad White or a Kincaid? I'd rather play Rashad White there. Kelvin says, I'm a goof. I meant Waddle, Hunter, Henry, or Diggs. Okay, got it. No, you're good, man. No goof in there. As of right now, of those available, just play Waddle. That would be great. Howard, thank you. No problem, man. Robbie says, Andrew, please help when we're starting 2 full PPR, Carter, Diggs, Ioman, or Charbonnet. Yeah, as of right now in a full PPR, I'll take Carter and I'll take Diggs there. Donald Smith says, PPR, pick one. Woody, White, Marks, or Keenan Allen. Give me Rashad White there. Donald, thank you. Whew. Okay. Tobias, what's up, man? Says, start Knicks, Dak, or Kyler. I'll take Kyler there. Thanks for answering. No problem. Listen, guys, listen. If I have the opportunity to answer your guys' questions, trust me, I would, and I would do it just happily for the rest of time. The only issue ever becomes whenever, like, okay, so typically on a Sunday morning, because we're live streaming for 4 hours, there's more of gaps between, okay, first and foremost, this thing needs to be banned every week with this thing. Get them out. Okay. Typically in a 4-hour live stream, it's easier to answer questions because, again, there's just more time available. In comparison to like a regular Sunday morning that doesn't start at 6 a.m. live stream, when it starts at 7, because there's already such a backlog of super chat questions, it just becomes that much more difficult for me to kind of go through. Now, I will say, Andrew, wouldn't it just be easier to just do a 4-hour live stream? No, absolutely not. 4-hour live stream is the bane of my existence. I pulled an all-nighter just to be here. Let's just put it that way, okay? So, waking up wasn't even a thing for me. I just never went to bed. Let's see here. Big Cat, what's up, my man? Says pick 2 in the flex and 1 running back in a full PPR. Olave, Kamara, Etienne, and Sutton. Okay, of those available options, I genuinely feel most comfortable playing Kamara and Etienne and Olave and just benching Sutton in this circumstance because of the full PPR format, of course. Troy Franklin or Trey Tucker. I have Trey Tucker ranked higher. I'll go in that direction. Drake May or Daniel Jones. I believe I have Daniel Jones ranked higher on screen. I'll go in that direction, Angel. Thank you so much. All day Rashad White. It is. Yeah, Rashad White's going to be great today. Travis Etienne or Rico Dowdle. I prefer Travis Etienne in that circumstance. Thank you. All right, out of the I formation, handing off to Judkins and nowhere to go. No problem. Okay. Dak or Drake May. They're back-to-back ranked. I'll take Drake May there in a 4-point. Wando Robinson, Chase Brown, or Waller. As of right now, I believe I have Chase Brown ranked the highest, but let me just confirm this just to... Yep, Chase Brown is my highest ranked of the bunch. I'm not going to get too cute with it. Pick 2, Waller, Porta, Michael Carter. Interesting. Of those available, I probably go Michael Carter and Sam Laporta in a half PPR, David. I think that's a really good way. Yeah, that's the way I would go about it. LJ, what's up, my man? It says PPR flex, Wanda Robinson, Chase Brown, or Waller. Yeah, it's the Chase Brown play there. Why are people dropping Demo? Because Michael Carter is going to be the guy. Now, again, it doesn't mean that Michael Carter is going to be the only guy. It's just he is going to be the primary, like, kind of early down rusher, which when we look at the end of, like, kind of week stats, it's going to be in his favor probably in the first half of the game once they're kind of like trying to gain a lead. Alrighty. Okay, Carson Wentz, what have you done, buddy? What have you done for us lately? Why don't you go ahead? Why don't you travel down the field? Why don't you get Jordan Addison all the opportunities he needs, and let's win a game here, shall we? Let's see here. Henderson, Malik Washington, or Hunter in the flex. I just play Henderson there, Cameron. I think that's an easy play. Full PPR, do I start Mason Taylor or Mark Andrews? I'd rather play Mason Taylor in a full PPR. Jopo says, start 2 ETN, BTJ, Marvin Harrison, or White. I'm going to be serious with you, Jopo. I play both running backs. Give me ETN and give me White there pretty happily. Gabriella sends in a question. Gabriella, thank you. Gabriella's question is, in a tight end PPR, one tight end in a PPR, Juwan Johnson, Okonkwo, Schultz, or Mason Taylor? As of right now, I have Juwan Johnson ranked the highest. It says, let's get a garbage time TJ Hawkinson touchdown. Yeah, that would be pretty great. Honestly, I'll take any garbage time points for any Minnesota Vikings, genuinely. Anything would be pretty happy, or I'd be pretty happy with. Because when I look at the score lines right now, like Jordan Mason, luckily in a half PPR, has broken 10 points. Justin Jefferson has 13 on 10 targets, 102, pretty decent. Hawkinson's done nothing, which again, that's kind of what Hawkinson's done all season long. Strange or Waller in a full PPR, I think I'd still go Waller there. Okay, Jordan Mason with a huge run up the gut, and that's 9 yards. All right, baby, let's go. I have Hurts, so do I start both Waller and Goddard and bench Henderson in the flex in a full PPR? Let me see where I have Hendo in comparison. Let me just let you know real quick. Of those alternative options, I actually have Henderson ranked higher, so I'd probably just go Hendo and Goddard in that circumstance. If you felt comfortable enough playing Waller, to which you do feel like he's going to outscore a Henderson-esque player, then sure, go for it. Okay, Matthew Zhang sends in a question. Says, in a PPR, do I flex Wandell, Chase Brown, or Rashad White? I'll take Rashad White there, Matthew. Thank you. The man 0907 sends in a question. Says, feeling on Juwan Johnson today. I think he should be fine. I mean, the main priority kind of expectation for him is like probably like 5 catches, 54, 5 catches, 49. I think that's very much so within the realm of possibility. To which he's like a 7.5 point contributor in a half PPR, in a 10-point contributor in a full PPR. I think that's very much so potentially capable. Skills all day says Raiders or Broncos defense. IDP question, Bob Spillane or Bobby Wagner or Hufanga or Jeremy Chin. Okay, so I don't play in an IDP league, so I don't know how the scoring format really functions out, so I'm not too familiar in this circumstance. I know that Bob Spillane is an absolute unit that has absolutely just concussion after concussion. But when we're talking about Raiders or Broncos defense this week, I'd feel a little bit more comfortable playing the Broncos defense as per usual. Now, as for Bob Spillane versus Wagner versus, okay, first and foremost, I don't know what their fantasy point contributions are going to look like, but let me see if I can find a link right now. If I go to IDP, I go to 2025, I go to weeks 1 through 4, and I look up Bobby Wagner. All right, Bobby Wagner is the number 8 overall middle linebacker this season, or just linebacker. Where's Bob Spillane? Bob Spillane's not been as good. So let's just go with Bobby Wagner there, based on the scoring format I'm looking at. I don't know what you're playing in. And then as for Hufanga, or let's see. Hufanga has been pretty solid except for last week. And who is the alternative? Chin. Okay, let's see. Yeah, give me Bobby Wagner and give me Hufanga there. Thank you. Shacklefree06 says, in a half PPR, trust Lad McConkey. I also have Myers, Franklin, and Tucker. Okay, pretty solid option. I would rather just play Jacoby Myers outright. I think that's the way to go about it, and just give him a week off. Just to wait and see until he produces something solid. Brandon Eason sends in a question. Says, full PPR start. 2 running backs, 1 flex. Kamara, ETN, Rashad White, BTJ, AJ Brown. Okay. So the two running backs that I would play this week are Rashad White and ETN, to which then I would also play Kamara as the flex. So all three running backs get the start there, Brandon Easton. Thank you. John 52 says start two. Kirk, Harvey, Chubb, Malik, Washington. Of those available, I go Kirk and I would go Harvey. Thank you. Michael K sends in a question. Says in a half PPR, I need one running back and two flex. Kamara, Jacoby, Michael Carter, Amari DeMercado, and Dowdle. One running back, two flex. I would play Dowdle, Kamara, and I'm wondering if I have Myers or I have Carter. Let me check real quick in a half PPR. Let's see. Myers. As of right now, as of right now, half PPR, give me Kamara, give me Dowdle, and give me Jacoby Myers. Matthew K, thank you. Montgomery or Rico Dowdle in a half PPR. Again, rankings on screen are for a half PPR. So if you guys are wondering as to the specific, the specificity of that question, hopefully the rankings on screen when they filter on are going to be in a good spot. Okay, that looks like a bot account that I might want to go ahead and ban. Let's just see the channel activity before I ban it. Yeah, that looks like an absolute bot account. Congratulations, you're gone. Good night. Okay, let's see here. We're good to go. We're good to go. Let's see what else is going on in terms of Justin Jefferson making some big plays. Let's go. Come on. Let's go get a touchdown. Come on. Save your season. What a catch. I mean, pretty blanketed coverage. He didn't see the ball coming. I don't expect him to make a play on the ball. I'd expect him to react, which he didn't. He just kind of stuck to him like Velcro and just didn't really just kind of separate it all. Just started to make a play. Waddle Robinson or Pollard in a PPR? Let me check right now. I have Wando Robinson one spot ahead of Pollard in a PPR. Thank you. Literally one spot. Rashad White or Woody Marks? Give me Rashad White. Again, guys, rankings are on screen and they're up to date as of this morning in a half PPR. A lot of the questions can be answered, like Montgomery versus Rico, or Chubb versus DeMercado, or Rashad White versus Woody Marks. All that is available to potentially be answered. Brandon Neeson says, you didn't answer which wide receiver I should start between BTJ and AJ Brown, though. Oh, okay, my apologies. I thought it was just rather a question of of the group. So you said, okay, two running backs, one flex, one wide receiver. My apologies. So yeah, we'll play the three running backs, and then we'll also play AJ Brown alongside of them. Apologies there, Brandon. Thank you for following up on that. Shackle Free says, to clarify, I'm already starting Myers as my wide receiver too. Okay, understood. Shackle, let me see what the rest of your potential opportunities guys are. So if you're starting him as wide receiver 2, then yes, the next best option in this circumstance would either be Ladd or Tucker, to which I guess you could theoretically play Tucker there, but I'd prefer to play Ladd McConkey ultimately. Agbuka or Tet? I'd prefer to play Agbuka. Mark. Malik Washington for Justice Hill? What do you mean by... if you need running back, sure. Kamara, Trey Tucker, Shakir in a full PPR. Yeah, Kamara's great. Assuming he starts catching passes sooner rather than later. Okay, let's see the rest of this game real quick. Dump off to Jordan Mason. Get upfield. Come on. Out of bounds. Nice. Clock stops. Perfect. Okay, looking good. Is there any new reports that have come out? Justin Jefferson. Jay Glazer says Lamar Jackson has outside shot to play week 6. That means he's not going to play. And we're good. Okay. Wait, what is this report? Let me just confirm this one. AJ Brown or Chris Godwin or Darius Slayton in a standard? I'd probably lean towards playing AJ Brown there in a standard format. Waller or Laporta? I have Laporta ranked higher on screen. Anyone think it's Taysom Hill season? I think it's a good idea to pick him up. I don't know about start him, though. If you guys start him, then more power to you. Tweet it at me after the game. AJ Brown or... Okay, we already took care of that. Cool. All right. My neck is like permanently broken. Oh, no. All right. Let's see here. Sammy, what's up, my man? Says Rico Dowdle or David Montgomery. As of right now, I've got Rico Dowdle one spot ahead of David Montgomery in a half PPR. That continues to expand in a full PPR, so Rico would be my suggestion. I think they're both incredible plays. I think that's just the fact of the matter. I think they both have incredibly advantageous matchups, and both have been I mean, obviously one's not technically, I mean, they're both technically the second string running back, but when we have the full workload of opportunity that Rico's going to be exposed to now that Chuba Hubbard is out, I think it's just too difficult to pass up on that opportunity. So we'll just take Dowdle in that circumstance. AJ Brown or Godwin? Okay, we'll take care of that. Come on, Cleveland, got to get a hold here. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I would like overtime if I'm being truthful here. I would just like as many fantasy points as possible. So if Cleveland can hold, force a PA, or sorry, if they can force a field goal, I think that'd be best case scenario. Juwan Johnson or Darren Waller? I believe I have Darren Waller ranked higher, but the rankings on screen will go ahead and lean you in that direction. Can you show your player picks, Andrew? I can in just a moment. Let me just go ahead and... Oof, what a hit. Goodness gracious. Yeah, give me a second. Let me just organize it so that I can share it with you in one fell swoop, and it will be good to go. That's not what I wanted to use. I wanted to use this. So if we're looking for potentially, I have to do a couple things here just to share my plays. Just a couple things, nothing crazy, nothing crazy. Okay. So in regards to sharing my plays via Betr this weekend, the game's on a timeout. Perfect. Okay, so that we have enough time to be able to kind of go through this real quick. Okay, so let's do that. And then additionally, I need to turn on this. And then I need to do this and then shove this over real quick. Perfect. Okay. So in terms of some of these plays this weekend, okay? So Mason Taylor, more than 2.5 receptions. Sam Darnold, more than 24.5 passing attempts. Rachaad White, 2.5 receptions more. Rico Dowdle, 1.5 receptions more. Okay? These are the plays. I had a free play, so I just threw it in here. Then we have anytime touchdowns from James Cook and David Montgomery. David Montgomery's done this in 12 of the last 17 regular season games. James Cook has done this in 18 of the last 22 total games and is on an 8-game regular season streak of scoring a touchdown. And then one of my final plays, over 79.5 total yards from Gibbs. He has done this in 9 of the last 10 games. The only game in which he has not recently is against Green Bay Week 1. And then we had Scatterboo rushing attempts, and then, of course, Daniel Jones, total passing yards. Okay, good to go. Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. So let's go ahead and let's head back to the primary of our conversation, which is this. Thank you. Okay, what happened on screen, guys? No way Addison scored. Let's go. Let's go. All right, let's go. I like that. I like that. It's a good week. It's a good week. We're starting out on fire. Those of us who have Addison, which is me in my home league, I'm trying to beat one of my best friends, and I'm trying to make sure because he was talking all that gas yesterday. So I was like, all right, we got to get something going here. Addison is my wide receiver 3 with Rome Odunze on bye. I needed it to lock in. By all means, did he lock in? Let's go. Okay, let's see here. A couple more questions that we need to answer before we continue on here. I do appreciate y'all supporting the channel in this regard via Super Chat. We had Chris Kreider. Chris, thank you very much. I appreciate that, my man, as always. Hope you're doing well. Long time no see, Chris. Says Waller, Ertz, or Slayton. Thanks, man. If I'm picking two, I think I'm genuinely going to pick both the tight ends. I think I like that idea. I think there's a justification to where I just play Slayton there. But as of right now, yeah, okay. Technically, what I do have it as is I have it at Ertz number 1, Slayton 2, Waller 3 in a full PPR. If it was a half, I would tell you to play both tight ends. In a full, I think it's probably better just to go Ertz, Slayton. But if you want to go with both tight ends, I don't have an issue with it because they're very close. Slums sends in a question. Or, sorry, Slurms sends in a question. Says, Shakir or Kincaid in a PPR flex? Let me show you where I have Shakira. Shakir is ranked higher. Thank you. Then we move on to Frank H, who says, Andrew, my team is filthy. My starting lineup is Fields, McCaffrey, Woody, Egbuka, Garrett, Henry, Waddle, Harrison with the double flex format. My bench is JMO, BTJ, Charbonnet, Rashad, Waller, Gordon. Thoughts? Love you, bro. Yeah, team is ridiculously filthy. I would consider potentially playing Rachaad White sometime this week. Probably over Woody. That's my only suggestion. Otherwise, yeah, you got a filthy team to say the least, Frank. Congratulations. I think the only other thing that you pretty much need to improve upon, actually, you don't need to improve. The only thing that I'm looking at your team and I'm thinking, why don't I have it, is Brian Robinson Jr. But maybe you don't have enough bench spots available for it. That's the only answer to it, probably. Anyway, continuing on, Lee Flores sends in a question, says half PPR. Is it worth giving Walker and Charbonnet for Igbuka, or a wide receiver is worth Seattle's running backs? I mean, again, I think the value of a player is definitely determined by what someone in your league is willing to give for it. I think both those running backs being kind of top 30 options every week, one of them easily, oh my goodness. Wait a minute. Dylan Gabriel pushing the ball down the field, 0 timeouts. We're going to get one play here. I don't think Dylan Gabriel has the arm strength nor the ability to get the ball to the end zone. You guys can tell me. I don't really watch college football, guys, but I don't think he has demonstrated with his cannon thus far this game to be able to get the ball to the end zone. I could be mistaken, but maybe they'll take a shot towards the sideline here real quick for like a 4-second kind of drain to get a little bit closer, but I don't think it's capable. Again, if they're going to score a Hail Mary here, it's going to have to be David Njoku high pointing it once again, and the offensive line providing him enough time to be able to kind of run around. Nonetheless, getting back to your question, if I'm looking to trade Charbonnet and or Walker for a wide receiver, I don't think Igbuka is the answer. I would have to get something far more significant like Justin Jefferson, because I'm technically getting two. Oh my goodness. Is the ball going to get there? And it's intercepted. Game over. What happened here? I don't understand. It feels like the game's not over. I don't have the audio, so I don't know what's going on. Stefanski just got what he deserved, the Browns coach. I think it's the first message you've typed today, Booger. No, it isn't. Booger, let's see what you have to say. Whoever the Browns OC play caller is an idiot. Yeah, I mean, listen, dude. The play caller is Stefanski, though. That's the thing. They called a timeout? For why? Why, O'Connell? Why have you done this? Icing the quarterback? Is that the play? Oh, dude, imagine they score now. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Here we go. Yeah, if I'm going to trade Charbonnet and Walker, I want something better than Igbuka. I want a top 12 wide receiver, genuinely. I know Igbuka looks like he is one right now, but for rest of season value, I don't think he's going to sustain top 12 kind of potential. Are they just going to blitz him? Yeah, they might as well. Send the dogs. And he's not out of bounds. That sucks. All right, well, that's game. Luis Martinez says, Dowdle or Rashad White. I have them both back-to-back in my rankings on screen. I have Rashad White one spot ahead of him. Excuse me. Thank you. All righty. Pretty good. All right, we have about 17 more minutes till the start of week 5. I understand this most recent game. I don't really count it as week 5. I count this as a experiment for whatever they want to do in Europe. I don't know. The game's expansion. All these games are kind of on a weekly basis anyway. Half PPR Drake May or ETN. I'd rather play Drake May. If you're playing in a super flex and that's who you're potentially going after, I just play Drake May there. Slayton or Charbonnet PPR, I'll just take Slayton there. Trey Tucker or Malik Washington, I'll just take Trey Tucker. Jacoby Myers or Chase Brown in the flex. If it's a full PPR, Liam, just give me Jacoby Myers. I think that's better off. Coleman, Diggs, or Slayton, I'll just take Diggs there. Andrew, Sutton or Warren in a PPR flex. If it's Cortland Sutton or it's Tyler Warren, I probably just play Cortland Sutton there. Let me just check where I have them ranked. Yeah, I have Cortland Sutton one spot ahead of Tyler Warren. I'm not even joking, Daniel. Number 40 compared to number 41. Legitimately back-to-back. So you can flip a coin on how you want to go about that. Yeah, going from being benched in the first quarter, the game-winning touchdown. What a classic. Coach's timeout cost my defense 2 points. Yeah. You watch, someone's going to lose off that. Let's see here. Where are we at? Dynasty drop Bigsby for Keaton Mitchell. That works. I'm okay with that. Lions or Cardinals defense? I have the Cardinals as my number 1 defense of the remaining. What's up, Andrew? Do I start Jameson Williams over Tyler Warren in my flex? I'm down 80 points already and hoping for a Hail Mary. Yeah, let's go for it. Fuck it. Let's ride. Let it ball. Let's do it. Need an emergency running back. Currently starting Brashard Smith. Should I start as a free agent? Highest projected available is McNichols. I mean, McNichols is not a startable option unless you have somebody. I'm going to name a couple names here in terms of potential running backs you may be able to pick up and play. Justice Hill, Kendre Miller, Kareem Hunt, Sean Tucker, Trevor Etienne, Chris Rodriguez, Devin Singletary, Jaden Blue. I think those are all alternatively decent options. Bowers is out. Do we play Jacoby? Absolutely. Again, the rankings on screen have Jacoby Myers relatively highly ranked, so that is my suggestion. You play Myers today. Thank you. Let's hear. The Solution sends in a question. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Solution. He says, starting Shakir this week between Jamar or Chase. No, I'd play Jamar Chase and Chase Brown both ahead of Shakir. Crip sends in a question. Says, White or Hall full PPR? I actually have Hall ranked higher at a full PPR. Ladd, Keenan, or Rico? I would play Rico. Even with Sutton as well. I play Rico above them all. Tanner Span sends in a question. Says, Keenan Allen or Kamara full PPR? Just give me Kamara there. Frank H sends in a question. Says, at my last flex, do I start Woody or Marvin Harrison? Let me check where I have Woody in a half PPR. In a full PPR, I'm playing Marvin. I just want to see where I have him in a half comparatively. To which in a half PPR, I would play Woody Marks. In a full PPR, I'd play Marvin Harrison. Thank you. Solution says, I meant Jacoby. Okay, let me go back up here. So you meant Shakir this week between Jacoby or Chase? So I would play Jacoby Myers and Jamar Chase over Shakir. Thank you. Is Calvin really worth the start? I don't even know if he's playing today. Genuinely. He was been dealing with an injury all week. So no clue. Slayton or Michael Carter full PPR? I'll take Michael Carter there pretty comfortably. Torn between AJ Brown and Olave in a half PPR. Surtain got me. Yeah, I understand that. If you wanted to just play Olave, you could just play Olave. Again, you don't have to roll with AJ Brown. Personally, I would, but that's just the way that I like to play the fantasy. Diggs or Michael Carter? I'll just take Michael Carter there. Juwan or Waller? I'll just take Waller there pretty happily. Seahawks are tough against the run. Yeah, they're incredibly stonewall against the run. They're only allowing 2.67 yards per carry on average to opposing running backs this season. They're the second most difficult matchup at running back, but what provides value to Rachaad White is receiving workload. As thus far this season, Bucky Irving has had 4 receptions minimum in each of the last 4 games. And additionally, this most recent week, Bucky Irving had 4 receptions, and so did Rachaad White. So if Rachaad White is to absorb the majority of the value of this backfield, he could have a huge game of like 6-7 receptions, which he's certainly capable of accomplishing considering how great of a receiving back he has been in his career. Cali Kid says Myers or Jamar Chase. If I'm not mistaken, I have Jamar Chase ranked higher. Let me just confirm this. Jamar Chase is ranked higher. I would go in that direction. If you wanted to play Jacoby Myers, you certainly could. Again, I just prefer playing Jamar. I just have a hard time not starting him. Henry or ETN? It depends on format, but I probably just go ETN. If it's a standard league, I'll go Henry, but if it's like a half or full PPR, just give me ETN there. Are you not scared of 3 running back committee in Arizona with Carter? I don't think it's going to be a committee. Like, I truly do believe it's going to be Michael Carter with the vast majority of the attempts early. And then once they take a manageable enough lead, like maybe 3 scores, maybe DeMercado will get his workload. And then after they get a 4-touchdown, 5-touchdown lead, then it'll be potentially Bam Knight. But otherwise, no, I'm not worried about it. I think it's Michael Carter's job to lose. Let's see here. Tedero, McMillan, or Dowdle? I'd rather just play Dowdle there, Justin. Will J sends in a question. Will, thank you. I appreciate that, my man. Says Myers, White, AJ Brown, or Woody in the flex must win. Look, I think it depends on what your scoring format is here. Let me just check where I have Rachaad White in a half PPR. So in a half PPR, Rachaad White is for sure my starter. In a full PPR, I would go Jacoby Myers there. So that's kind of just dependent on what you are structured at in terms of scoring format. Denver or Colts defense, pick one. I'd rather play the Colts defense against Geno, who's a turnover machine, who additionally, besides the fact that he likes to throw interceptions, doesn't have Brock Bowers today. Thank you. Let's see here. Fuji sends in a question. Maya Fuji says, pick one, Franklin, Kupp, Shaheed, or Tolbert. I think I have them ranked here I have Franklin 34, Cup 35, Shahid 32, and Tolbert 36. So Shahid will be my highest ranked of the group. But if we're talking about full PPR, it changes to, I believe, Troy Franklin, because the rankings on screen are for a half PPR. So let me just confirm this. Full PPR. Yeah. Full PPR, Troy Franklin. That's the way I go about it. Thank you. Juwan or Andrews? I just put Juwan Johnson there. Chase Brown or Carter? PPR? I have legitimately, I think I have Carter ranked higher. Let me check. I have Carter ranked one spot ahead of Chase Brown. Glenwood King sends in a question. Says, good afternoon, Andrew. Hope you're doing well. Says, in a 8-team full PPR, Genty or Scat? I have Scat ranked higher in a full PPR. I think I'm not even. Let me see. Scat is one spot ahead of Genty. Scat is my number 9 of the remaining running backs, and Genty's my number 10. And then it says Devontae Smith, Pickens, or Keenan Allen. I'll take Pickens there. Also, I regret dropping Chase Brown. In an 8-team league, probably not, because it's an 8-team league, you know? Good to go. Good to go. Rogo, what's up? I really messed up by letting Rachaad White and Dowdle get snagged this week. Oh, no, Rogo. Let's see here. What's the latest report? Taysom Hill has no limitations week 5. Yeah, again, if you guys have an open roster spot on your bench, just pick him up just in case. You never know. The man's might just go off for like 1 million points, and it might not be a bad idea. You never know. He could be the thumbnail of tomorrow's waiver wire episode, you know? That's the whole thing. That's the appeal, as we know. Michael Haynes says flex rankings. Yeah, flex rankings are via Patreon or the Betr sign up. If you guys are interested in getting my flex rankings, that'd be appreciated. Thank you. Let's see here. We had a couple questions from JVII. Says Walker or Keenan Allen this week in the flex. I'll just take Kenneth Walker there pretty happily. Brian sends in a question. Brian says, in a full PPR, Evans, DK, Pearsall are all out. I already have Hunter Henry. Do I drop Loveland to pick up Mason Taylor and flex him over Troy Franklin or Christian Kirk? Let me see in a full PPR if I prefer them over, let's see, Mason Taylor over Troy Franklin. No, as of right now, I prefer to play Troy Franklin there. So I don't think you need to make that move. I think it's a good idea anyway, but if you wanted to, because like no one's going to pick up Loveland off of the value that he's presented thus far. So you're technically like being able to kind of just buy the lottery ticket of Loveland, of Mason Taylor in case he goes off again this week, and then maybe utilize him as trade fodder. So I'd probably even just make that move anyway, just dropping him for Mason Taylor, but I'm still going to play Troy Franklin there. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's see here. Juwan or Taysom Taylor? Yeah, I'm just going to play Juwan as of right now. Worthy or Waddle? I have Worthy ranked higher. They're both fantastic, Adrian. Pollard or Tolbert in the flex full PPR? I'll take Pollard there. Wait, Taysom is the backup quarterback behind Rattler? Yes. He's the backup quarterback. Not only that, he might end up being the full-time quarterback. Who effing knows what's going on? This is why I keep saying, guys, I don't know what to expect from Taysom because he is a Swiss Army knife. He could literally do anything in that offense if he wanted to. Ioman or a Carter in the flex, play Carter there, Vert. BTJ or Olave, give me Olave there. Andrews or Pitts, I will play for rest of season. I'd probably go Pitts there, to be honest, which is crazy to say out loud. Walker, Etienne, White, pick 2. Give me Etienne and White there. Leave Flores. Jose Rodriguez says, Io Manor, Shaheed, or Malik Washington. I'll take Shaheed there. Dallas or PPR. Dallas Goedert or Juwan Johnson. I'll take Dallas Goedert there. Trade Kamara and Diggs for Josh Allen and Pacheco. Depends on what kind of a format you're playing in, and depends on what the rest of your team looks like. Yeah. Myers or Marks in the flex, half PPR. Let me check real quick. Myers or Marks? I have Woody Marks 32, Myers 33. Back to back. Would you trade Shakir for Kittle? Yeah, absolutely. It would have already been done instantly, actually. Slayton or T. Higgins? I'll probably... I'll just go Slayton there. King sends in a question. Thank you very much, King. I appreciate the super chat. Says full PPR, Darius Slayton or Chase Brown. Let me check where I have them ranked, and I'll let you know right now. As of right now, between the two of them, I have Chase Brown ranked higher. Thank you. Alrighty. So, again, we're about to end the live stream here. Let me make sure I caught up on all of those questions. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, we took care of all those. We're good to go. Appreciate y'all sending those in again. It's greatly appreciated. It keeps the lights on as per usual. Jackson, Dart, or Bo Nix. Again, guys, a reminder. The rankings that are here are up to date. So therefore, Bo Nix is my number 12 and Jackson Dart's my number 13. The answer is there. So if you have any interpositional questions in regards to quarterback, tight end, subsequently kicker, defense, and in my top 36 running back and wide receiver rankings up to date as of this morning. These are not the rankings from Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. These are rankings from as of this morning and do not include anybody who played in the game already today and, of course, the Thursday contest. Thank you. Mono sends in a question. Says, start one, Carter, DeMercado, Slayton, Tucker, or Malik Washington. I'll play Carter there very happily. Thank you. Lee Flores says, the following, Carter, Walker, Dowdle, Marks, start three. Walker, Dowdle, and Marks. Those are the three that play for you. Leave. May, Jones, or Prescott. I love them all. The rankings are on the screen, though. How much would Njoku be worth if you were to trade him? Again, it's so dependent on how desperate someone is for tight end. Because one big week is nothing. It does not mean anything in fantasy. What's the phrase? It's a splash in the pan or whatever it is. I don't know what that is. Anyway, Slayton or Travion Henderson in a PPR. I'm okay with just playing Slayton there and just hope for a big touchdown. Cityman says, rest of season, Hawkinson or Fannin, pick up, grab Mason or Hill for the future. Yeah, I don't mind the idea of either of those two. I just don't know what Hill's going to look like, so to be determined on that. Woody, T-Mac, or Keenan Allen, start one in the full PPR flex. Let me check who I have ranked highest. Woody, Marks in comparison to those busters. I have Tedero McMillan ranked the highest of the bunch in the full PPR as of right now. Thank you. Flash in the pan. Thank you. Goodness gracious. Splash, flash. Brain doesn't work after 4 hours of live streaming and 0 hours of sleep. It is what it is. Justin says, Chubb, Hollywood Brown, or Mason Taylor. Let me see. I have Hollywood Brown ahead of him. In a full PPR, if it's a half, if it's a half PPR standard, give me Mason Taylor. If it's a full PPR, I'll just give me Mason Taylor anyway. Fuck it, let's go. We ball. Would you trade Puka for Genti and Jefferson? Do I want to get rid of the number one wide receiver in fantasy for Genti and Jefferson? I'd think about it. I mean, if you needed the running back help, then yeah, absolutely. All right, guys, that's where I'm gonna call it today. I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna go ahead. Enjoy the rest of my Sunday. You guys do the same. I'll be back tomorrow as per usual, talking all things fantasy. Besides tomorrow's waiver wire episode, Carter or Pollard, I prefer Carter. Besides tomorrow's waiver wire episode, I'll be back tomorrow night after the Monday night game answering questions as per usual. I appreciate y'all. Bryce or Gino? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'd rather just have Bryce Young. Yeah, easily. Hashir. Franklin or Harvey? PPR Franklin. Thank you, Charlene. I appreciate it. Long time no see, Charlene. Hope you're doing well. You've been hiding in the shadows over there. I haven't really seen you typing recently. Thank you. All right, guys. Appreciate it. Have a great rest of your day. We're going to go ahead and re-queue the one and only, the greatest double helix. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. No injuries, please and thank you. I'll see you guys. Peace.